next generation. Hi there. My name is James Altucher, and I've never done this before. I've been doing this for 20 years. I've never done this. I'm about to show 3 AI wealth building strategies for taking advantage of what I think is going to be a very brief wealth window that is opening now. It's being created by the biggest wealth building opportunity in U.S. history. This is has been blowing my mind. This new next generation of artificial intelligence, or AI 2.0, AI is now predicted to be a $15.7 trillion boom market. Yes, 15.7 trillion with a T. We never could even imagine numbers like this. That's more than 10 times bigger than the crypto market. And I'll show you how you can potentially get in on the next AI winners with as little as $144. Let me explain. Again, I'm James. You might know me from my 3 best-selling books on investing, my time managing the Wall Street hedge fund Formula Capital, my partnership in the $200 million venture capital firm 212 Ventures, or my podcast that's been downloaded more than 40 million times. LinkedIn even called me one of the most foremost influential people in the world.
You are that.
Of course, I've also been branded an eccentric millionaire, perhaps because I have this strange habit of giving away my wealth building secrets to all the people who need them. A few years ago, I got a lot of attention for pounding the table on crypto. You see, I predicted Bitcoin's success all the way back in 2013. It was trading for $114 a coin at the time. Over the next few years, share value, coin value exploded by 417%, topping out at almost $70,000. Anyone who listened to me then and rode it to Bitcoin's peak in 2021 could have turned a $2,500 investment into a $1.5 million fortune. And I'm telling you all this not to brag, but for 2 very good reasons. One, to show you that my wealth building predictions have an excellent track record. In short, they tend to come true. And 2, because you deserve the second chance that's starting right now.
I agree with that.
But here's what I mean. You've worked hard all your life. You provided for your family. You paid your taxes. You did everything you were supposed to do. And then how easy is it to just watch from the sidelines as thousands of snot-nosed tech kids got rich on crypto? In fact, by some estimates, cryptocurrencies turned 100,000 investors into overnight millionaires. But if you weren't one of them, I have some very good news today, because this full presentation includes the most valuable prediction I've ever made. An event will happen in our country that will make the crypto boom seem like a ripple on a pond. In comparison, this second chance opportunity to get in on a brand new technology will create a tidal wave of new wealth for those who know where to look. It could be you. I hope it's you. Let's make it you. Of course, you don't have to believe me, but listen, you owe it to yourself. I've been there. I know what it is. You owe it to yourself, your family, and your heirs to listen for just another 30 seconds. I will show you everything you need to know.
It's another hour and a half. We're not doing that.
I'm right about this event. This is our generation's last chance to get in on a game-changing technological advancement.
Do you hear that?
We won't see anything like this again in our lifetimes. I know this. Most people will have no idea how to capitalize on this opportunity. They will decide to wait and see, sitting back while Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Jeff Bezos get richer. They'll miss out. Don't let that be you. Watch this quick presentation so you can make up your own mind. Let's get right into it.
Yeah, please.
Just what is this last chance wealth building event?
What is it?
I'm talking, of course, about investing in artificial intelligence, AI. But, and this is important, I'm not talking about ChatGPT, Bard, OpenAI, or any of the trendy, hot AI applications all over social media and the news. No. I'm revealing something here not many people are aware of yet, but that will soon transform our economy, our lives, and our society forever. The next generation of AI, or AI 2.0 as I call it, and this is important. AI 2.0 isn't some far-off future dream. It's not like some hype and like this will happen in 10 years. It's already here. How am I so sure? Because unlike almost every talking head out there blathering about AI, I've actually worked in AI for almost 40 years, 37 years to be exact. I went to college for it. I went to grad school for it. And as a hedge fund manager, I programmed my own early AI-powered investing
call exaggeration.
I'll tell you more about my background in a moment.
Please
don't. But it's because of my personal AI experience and all the people I know in the AI world, I'm now predicting whether you're a seasoned trader or someone who has never invested a nickel, getting in on the right kind of AI 2.0 during this event could be an extremely profitable decision over the next coming months, if you know exactly what to do. And if you avoid the two big AI investing traps that I'm also going to show you here. I want to be very clear.
Yes.
Forget crypto. I love crypto, but for right now, forget it. Let the Bitcoin junkies stress over every crypto rise and fall. I'm about to show you how a wealth building opportunity like AI 2.0 hasn't happened in America for 150 years. And you'll see why as I explain. I now predict a very brief AI wealth window will open that could allow investors to pad their accounts with cash, even if they have only hundreds to invest. And that's the beauty of it. In fact, it's now estimated AI could be a $15.7 trillion boom market. If you ask me, I think they're thinking too small. I now predict AI will be the first $100 trillion industry. There will be trillions of dollars available to those who know how to take advantage of the AI opportunity when this wealth window cracks open in the coming days. If you know exactly what to do, I predict you could get in with as little as $144 stake. If you were on the outside during the dot-com money grab of the late 90s or failed to buy in on Bitcoin before it took off like a rocket, this is the good news. AI 2.0 will be bigger than crypto. It will be much bigger than crypto. Heck, it's going to be bigger than the internet. And just don't take my word for it. No. Here's what the world's tech elite are saying about AI. AI is probably the single biggest item in the near term that's likely to affect humanity. That's from Elon Musk, founder of Tesla and SpaceX. AI is more profound than electricity or fire. And that's from Sundar Pichai, Google CEO. It's hard to overstate how big of an impact AI will have on society over the next 20 years. That's none other than Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon.com. Artificial intelligence is the new electricity. Andrew Ng, co-founder of Google Brain. The world's first trillionaires are going to come from somebody who masters AI. That's from Mark Cuban, entrepreneur. He's a friend of mine. He's been on my podcast several times. And it's not just the elites. The public is fascinated by AI. Did you know from its launch date, it took Netflix 3.5 years to reach 1 million users. 3.5 years to reach 1 million users. Twitter, it took Twitter 2 years to reach that same amount. 2 years to reach 1 million users. Facebook was a bit faster. It reached 1 million users in only 10 months. That's very impressive. If you built some software and 1 million people were using it in 10 months, you'd get very rich. So how long did it take the AI interface, ChatGPT, to hit 1 million users. 5 days. It took less than 1 week for ChatGPT to claim 1 million new users. That is astonishing. And it didn't slow down. Within 2 months, ChatGPT hit 100 million users. Today, as one of the most visited websites on the planet, they're closing in on 1 billion monthly users. I mean, it took Google years to hit that. And the market is finally taking notice. In 2020, which seems like a century ago, pre-COVID, $271 million was invested in AI. Just 2 years later, that number increased by 1,000%. And in 2022, investors pumped $2.56 billion into AI stocks, all of it driven by the exploding market for AI. But the truth is, AI is still in its earliest days. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, last year, only 4% of companies reported using any kind of AI. That number is going to go from 4% to 100% at some point pretty quickly. And that's the best news I have for you. As of right now, as you're watching this today, you are still ahead of the biggest investment opportunity in American history. Have you missed out in the past? Imagine if you had gotten in on 2 of the best performing stocks of the last few decades. Let's just say, hypothetically, you'd invested just $144 in Apple right from the start in 1980. Your little investment, that $144, would now be worth $198,192.
All right.
Let's say you invested some more.
You
With
got
a
a haircut.
$10,000 stake in Apple, when it
What would
first
happen
went public,
hypothetically
you'd now be as rich as
if
a
you got a
lottery
haircut?
winner. You'd be sitting on a $13.7 million retirement nest egg. What if you bought Amazon?
What if? Get to
In
the
that case,
point.
your $144 stake would now be worth almost $250,000. But a $10,000 Amazon investment, you would see $15.8 million in your account right now, 30 years later. With that kind of wealth, you would never be thinking about money again. Imagine how grateful your children would be if you had done this. Consider another top performer, Tesla. This is a new company. In May 2019, you could have snagged a share of Tesla for just $12. Go to November 2021, the shares were trading for $407. That's a 3,031% gain in just 30 months. That beats any bank or bond I've ever heard of, any savings account your brokers try to talk you into. Now, these examples, of course, they're unusually strong. There's no guarantee of this kind of performance. But fact is, major technological innovation does drive massive investment returns. And that's exactly what I'm talking about here. I predict new AI technologies will create the biggest investment opportunities of our lives. Don't miss out this time. That's why today I'm revealing a blueprint for investing in this new AI 2.0, for getting in early before the amateur traders out there even sniff the real opportunity and never having to regret how you sat on the sidelines while someone else claimed your fortune. If that's happened to you before, consider this your second chance, because AI 2.0 will be more significant than any tech breakthrough we've seen in our lifetimes. AI is Edison's light bulb. AI is the internal combustion engine. AI is splitting the atom. Or honestly, maybe it's bigger than all of these combined. I'm now watching companies come to market with new AI-driven technologies that will transform our society. It's going to be amazing what happens. And here's just a tiny fraction soon of what we'll see. AI 2.0, it's already starting to do this, but AI 2.0 will revolutionize medicine. A new drug typically costs $10 billion to develop, and 90% of those drugs fail in clinical trials. Now, a new AI tool can identify potential drug molecules 1,200 times faster than current methods. This will slash the cost of drug development and bring more better drugs to market quicker. Of course, there's more. Recently, an AI program created a new cancer drug in just 30 days. Remember, I said it could take years, but now using AI, a cancer drug was created in just 30 days. And in February 2023, the FDA approved the first AI-designed drug. As the expense plummets and the speed of development increases exponentially, prepare for a flood of amazing new drugs to hit the market. And anyway, I'm just beginning. There's still so much more. AI 2.0 is going to revolutionize transportation. Are you ready for an AI chauffeur? Advanced AI will soon make safe, self-driving vehicles a reality. But it won't just be autonomous cars. AI technology will drive trucks delivering goods around the country and even pilot cargo planes and spacecraft. Let's switch gears to something that hits closer to home. AI 2.0 will revolutionize cybersecurity. I forget all my passwords. I forget them every single time. Are you sick of having to change passwords every few months and still getting your accounts hacked? AI is going to solve that. AI-powered systems are being developed that will know it's you online simply by the way you type. And AI-driven facial recognition cameras in your devices will provide an additional level of security, making hacks and identity theft almost impossible. And finally, stopping online criminals, hopefully forever. We'll see. These are just a few examples of AI technology that is already here or in its final stages of development. But this is all just the tip of the AI iceberg. Education, manufacturing, e-commerce, transportation, government, entertainment. There is not a single industry that will not be revolutionized by AI. And of course, buying in early on the best AI innovations, that's going to be like getting in on Tesla, Apple, Amazon, or Bitcoin before the average person has even heard of them. And while, again, very few investments go on to see extraordinary returns like these, I targeted the AI stocks I believe could turn $10,000 into $1 million over the next few years. So please keep listening, because if your retirement accounts aren't flush, the opportunities you're about to get could help you see those accounts grow from the AI boom. But here's the thing. Most AI investors, even the so-called experts, they're getting it all wrong. ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all the other trendy public AI programs, the applications making those lifelike pictures on social media and writing music that sounds like our favorite artists, and the programs pumping out entire college term papers in minutes, they're fun, they're impressive, but they're the hype right now. And as I'll show you momentarily, the first generation of public-facing AI will soon feel as obsolete as an America Online CD-ROM. In fact,
this video seems obsolete.
Get it wrong, investing in today's early AI programs could be a financial disaster. I'm talking about possibly losing your investments or even wiping out your retirement savings. It's what I call the AI paradox. And here it is.
What is the paradox?
AI will create the largest investment opportunity in modern history. And making a fortune from AI should be as easy as shooting fish in a barrel. But many investors, even the experts, will lose money. That's the paradox. AI will transform the world economy in a million different ways, and savvy investors should make easy money on AI. But despite what all the so-called investment gurus are saying, most people will not see any kind of substantial gains. And I'm going to show you exactly why that is and how to help make sure it will not happen to you. Listen, because you're about to be one of the most informed people in America. And I believe what you'll see today will allow you to be one of the fortunate few who capitalizes on the real
already
AI
feel
opportunities.
fortunate.
I've identified those AI stocks I believe could turn as little as $10,000
you said that
to
already.
$1 million over the next few years, potentially changing your financial circumstances, your financial circumstances, the circumstances of your family, your heirs. I'll show you everything here about the coming AI wealth window and how you can still get in on it. But that's not all. To show you I'm serious about helping you get in on this opportunity, I'll give away one of my top 5 AI 2.0 stock picks
just talk
right
about
here for
the
free.
Industry.
I'm serious. I don't want you to pay me
serious
a
as a
dime
heart attack.
for this top 5 pick or for any of the information I'm sharing today. The fact is, if you didn't get in early before, I refuse to let good people like you miss out this time.
I'm sure you
but
could.
I do need to warn you.
Please.
If, like me, you're over 45, I really think this is your last chance. I don't foresee, this is so big, I don't foresee another wealth building opportunity like this in our lifetimes, and possibly not for another 100 years or more. I implore you, don't ignore your chance.
I'm implored.
In fact, if you give me just one more minute,
we're giving you minutes.
I'm going to reveal my 3 AI predictions that could change your future and that of your family and heirs. 1, you'll see how a new kind of AI 2.0, will crack open a brief wealth window in America. And I believe the opportunity is starting as I say this. I predict the wealth window will allow regular people to make substantial gains, not just the elites. This has happened only once before in our country's history. And if you follow the blueprint that I'm going to show you here, you could get in on a $15.7 trillion market boom. Number 2, you're also going to see why most experts are dead wrong about what is coming. And even better, I'll show you my proof why I think this is going to happen. They don't have the patience to listen through your video. Is so clueless about it. Number 3, you'll see exactly how, if you follow my blueprint, including one AI pick in my top 5 that I'm going to give away right here, it can be possible for you to turn $10,000 into $1 million over the next few years. And I'll also show you opportunities that you could get into, starting with as little as $144.
Right. Could you get to
this
the
could
point?
happen
Can you
even
make
if you don't know anything about technology or investing. And you'll also see how to stay safe from the 2 AI investing traps that will doom many investors.
Listening to the long videos?
Keep watching to avoid making these 2 mistakes that could ruin your chance at gains. I wish someone had told me 30 years ago about investing mistakes, because I've made a lot of them and I've learned from them.
Sure.
And so I'm going to describe that to you right
Please,
here. So let's do this now. Starting with why most AI investors will fall flat on their faces. In fact, for many, AI investment could end up feeling like a swindle or even a con job. Why? Because historically, when it comes to groundbreaking new technology, the first generation is immediately obsolete. Remember surfing the web using Netscape or Firefox?
Yes,
or even go further back.
We do,
Remember using
believe
Mosaic
it or not.
to surf the web back in 1995? Or doing an internet search with Alta Vista? Or go further back, Lycos? Just like these early generation technologies, today's first batch of public AI programs, what I'm calling first generation AI, they're dumb. They're gimmicky. They're full of glitches.
For the time being.
In fact, here's something no
We
one
can
is
come back to you.
All these brand new AI programs, your kids and grandkids are probably
I got it.
The underlying technology has been around for years or even decades.
You had us at hello.
We were simply waiting for the computing power to catch up.
23 minutes. He's so hard to listen to. But anyway, did you hear what he's saying? Mainly that this is a second chance, the biggest technological change, I guess, since, I don't know, since the pre-flood civilization. But I'm not trying to diminish what he's saying. It's just that's the 3rd or 4th time I've listened to him. He just takes so long because of his promotional. But I did want you to hear, and we can listen again in a minute. I just have to take a break. What he's saying about how important AI 2.0 is. I just wrote down a couple of things he said. He said this AI 2.0 is going to make crypto look like a ripple. He said there's going to be a tidal wave of wealth created. This is our generation's last chance at changing our fortune. AI 2.0 isn't a far-off dream. It's already here. Forget crypto. And then he said, I love crypto, but forget crypto. While people are trading that, you can make wealth here. This is a wealth building opportunity that hasn't happened in 150 years. What happened 150 years ago? Oil? The Civil War? I guess it was Earl. Anyway, he said it's a $15.7 trillion bull market. And then he said this will be the first $100 trillion industry. All right. And then, he gave you the example of how quickly technology is moving with the user examples. He said only 4% of companies right now use AI 2.0. I assume he meant 2.0, but he might have just meant AI. He said this breakthrough is more significant than any other technology. It's a pretty big statement, pretty bold statement for a one-eyed fat man. All right, let's go up here. I'm still not seeing your name, so I see him. I see yours, of course. Hey, Darren. But if I don't get it quite right, it's just because the names are. Maybe it is a setting. I didn't change any settings. I don't know. Good morning, Chest Knight. How come nobody talks about finger motion anymore? Well, let's talk about finger motion. I don't know if you're serious, Adam. We can talk about it. Let me just adjust myself so that I'm facing there. I feel a little bit better there. We can talk about finger motion. What do you want to know? Let's see how I can organize my thoughts on finger motion. I first got involved with finger motion probably 3 or 4 years ago through an unrelated party that you don't know. I did a couple of trades in it and didn't do anything spectacular. And then I came back into it. I don't know, I think it was like a November or December time frame when it was really cheap. And then it ran up. It ran up the next spring to, or maybe it was a little later, it ran up to 17. And that got me really interested in what was going on in finger. To me, that was proof that something behind the scenes was happening with shorts and covering and all that. Well, then the stock came down over that summer, and these are my approximate time frames. And I started listening to Ham's calls, and then I asked myself, what can I do? Because I really bought into this criminality that goes on Wall Street. I really thought it needed to, and I still think it needs to be changed. And one night, I turned on my computer, and I had 2 goals. One was to help out on that fight, stand with Ham, who I didn't know, and to stop guys like I assume you are, Adam, that are here just to spread evil and nothing good, and just look out for their own shekels, and not don't care about anybody, don't care a tinker's cuss about the struggling young artist. So then Finger and GTI both, I really had a big run up toward the end of that year. And then, Cindy Lou Who gets mad. Oh, you're attacking a dead man. No, I'm not. The point is, you all have tremendous resources. You have a whole network. You have a lot of companies out there that you can drag into your slaughter. And you have IR guys, you have ex-Wall Street guys, YouTube influencers, Twitter people, and the money flows like wine. So, and it can be the person doing it might not even understand that they're part of your scheme, but you're there for your money that you're making each and every day. And anyway, Finger was whatever it was. I had $9. GTI was $9. I don't know. And these three guys with COSM came and popped the bubble effectively. And what happened is COSM raised $35 million, and it was perfect for you guys, because then you were rescued out of the squeeze that was going on, in my judgment, in Finger and in GTI. And that's when I saw 100 million shares of Finger Motion sold over 10 days using the FINRA website that didn't exist. They were all reg show violations. So I saw the power you guys have, and that's what Cindy Lou, she doesn't listen to that. She just gets the emotion. Oh my God, Lou is dead. How can you say that? He's dead. But all right, I'm sorry he's dead. But it's you guys have tremendous power to control the crime, control the risks that you're taking, and control the damage to your purloined wealth. Well, you got Finger down. I don't know if it was that next year or the following, but I think it was the next year, sort of springtime. And Finger looked great on the charts, and it had real strength. And there was a while there that I was focusing on it myself as an opportunity, because it was powerful. Man, it was powerful. It really was. And that lasted it went up quite a bit for about 5 months, and maybe 6 months. People made a lot of money. And I think you guys were caught short. It was very expensive for you. I had my own personal story with that movie interview on, I want to say the last auction day in August, I think it was. But then after that, I think you guys, just similar to when you busted the movement when it was squeezing, in my judgment, you got it under control again. And I pulled back in any discussion of Finger Motion for the next many months. Earlier this year, and almost all of the end of last year, I didn't have anything particularly powerful to say about Finger Motion stock price movement. We did discuss a lot of things. I got in trouble for discussing that I thought the dividend would be delayed, and I explained all my rationale. I got such heat for saying that, massive heat. well, I don't know how my observations look now. I discussed the C2 contract that they announced in I think September of last year. Very exciting contract. And I've discussed the iterations of it. It was for 2 vehicles. It was announced as being exclusive and applying to the entire country. Pretty powerful story, but it was 2 vehicles. And then they had the auditor step away. And I think that was right around that time, or it had just happened. And they needed to do 2 more years redo 2 years of auditing. And that took time. And I said that's going to take time. That's going to hurt, not necessarily hurt the price, but it's going to keep it quiescent. And I think I did an interview in New York with Martin Shen, sort of October, November, maybe it was December, right in there. I went up on my own nickel, and it was a very good interview. I learned a lot, and I saw the sort of industrial pamphlet, big thick thing, glossy, a lot of detail in it about the C2 program, but it wasn't public information. I was allowed to look at it, but I couldn't take any pictures or any notes, and I didn't. And I don't really remember anything other than holding this hefty book, document, catalog, if almost, and reviewing it. So it was a real contract. I knew that. Real opportunity. And then the dividend was the other thing. Well, I already mentioned the warrant as a dividend. The other thing that everyone was excited about, I guess, was the audit. I guess that's where it's coming in my mind. The audit was tied to the dividend and the annual report, the earnings. And for me, I've been very cautious on Finger in terms of that annual report and the earnings. We have to wait and see. I've been cautious on the dividend. But this year, right around January, just based on the chart, based on the stock having been down and I think reaching a period of being tired and it's selling, I made the call, and I said it many times. I didn't buy, though, so it's one of those woulda, coulda, shoulda things. Right around, to my memory, it was $1.04. I said, this looks good. I would be buying this now. And, I had money in Nixie and maybe, I don't know about G-Bucks at that time. Maybe it was G-Bucks and Railtown. And I was worried these things were happening any minute, because of the information and the scuttlebutt I was hearing. And I don't have a big account. So I decided that, I better stick with this and not go hopping around. So I predicted that I thought, and I did it many, many, many times, that I thought Finger could go to $2, $3, $4, even $5, and maybe $6. And but I really emphasized when it was in the low dollar range that I thought people could double or triple their money. And it happened. It happened. everyone here was getting extremely excited about it, wanting to buy calls. I have a piece of paper here I wrote down on May 2nd. Augustin had $1,000 and he wanted to buy calls on Finger. So I suggested, why don't you, if you've got to do it, buy the May $3 calls, 20 of them for 25 cents. So that was early. He probably made money on those calls if he did it. But I suggested to him also buy 2,000 Railtown at 28 cents. And my point being that if the options expire worthless, Railtown will be there. Well, that would have cost him, as you see at the bottom, $1,000, $1,060. He may have made money on the Finger options because the stock went to $5.19. But on the Railtown, if he bought 2,000 of it, he's up, I don't know, 30% on that portion, and it's not even over with yet. So I was very, or maybe not early, but I was spot on in my call on Finger motion. But as everybody was getting excited, this is going to break out, it's going to go, I was trying to hold people back. And I said it. I said, why don't you sell calls? Why don't you sell calls against your stock? Why don't you sell some of your stock? Another woman here had, I think, 1,000 shares of Finger, $3,400. And I suggested to her, why don't you sell that, buy Railtown, and maybe at that time it could buy 10,000 Railtown. I don't know if I wrote it down, so I can't show you. But anyway, I was very much cautioning, suggesting people take profits, sell calls to create some premium in their accounts when Finger motion got to $5. And as it pulled back, I was saying, you should, why not sell the calls? Why not sell some? And as it got to $3, same thing. And my biggest judgment call on Finger motion is that I believe, now I made it, that's the other thing I predicted in December that pissed people off. I said they're going to raise money. And when the stock was up, I said they're going to raise money. People accused me of working for the shorts, and it caused backlash. Well, they raised money. There was a Roth research report supposedly coming out with a $20 target or something absurd like that. I caution, no, that's not how it works. Research analysts will come out. They may think it's going to 20. They may put it in the body of the document that's their long-term goal. Maybe they might, but they'll put in the recommendation a much shorter target than that. Why? Because they want to get credit for being right. Why say that a $5 stock's going to go to 20? And I actually called for a lower number. I thought that the stock, if it came out with research, it would be around 250. But that also met with blowback. So I stopped talking about Finger because that was the trade. I think it was a brilliant trade. I think people that bought Finger at $1, $1.20, $1.50, sold it at $4, $4.55. That was a brilliant trade. And there's very few investment opportunities that'll double your money in a matter of 2 or 3 months, much less triple your money, much less quadruple your money in a matter of 90 days. That's what happened. So for me, Finger was brilliant. That was a brilliant trade. Bravo. That was a good call by Ham. And that's great. Now, the two things that caused me to say, as I do now, and I have said it, you just haven't been here. I think Finger Motion ends the summer at $2 plus or minus 25 cents, maybe plus or minus 50 cents. But I think then by September it'll be $2. But there's risk in it, I think. Time kills enthusiasm. But here's a couple of things. I said we've got to wait for the annual report and see what's in there about the C2 contract. There wasn't anything. There was nothing. Okay, well, I guess that's all right. The other thing I kept predicting that they should do was join with SAIC in a joint venture. Because if that contract is as juicy and strong as projected by many, that's the way to book it and make it happen and give confidence to the market. Well, I don't know if people were skeptical of my thinking about that JV, but they ended up announcing a JV with a smaller company. And I was actually listening to a presentation about BVD, not the underwear, the electric cars in China. And I've listened to some other Chinese, analysts of the Chinese market. And there's something like 160 automobile companies in China. They're highly competitive. There's going to be a huge shakeout. General Motors is the woman that runs that. Of course, she'll have a big retirement package. She doesn't know what she's doing. But General Motors gave away all their technology, but they're going to be driven out of there. It doesn't look good for individual Chinese automakers. The overall Chinese auto market has a bright future because they're producing something like 55% of the world's automobiles. And they do it at a cost that people in Nigeria or India or Malaysia or the southern Dan region, they can afford to buy these automobiles, unlike the behemoths that we produce in the United States. So I don't know how to react to that JV announcement because they did it with a smaller company. Is it good? Is it bad? I think there's more to find out. Now, the other thing I said that got people pissed off at me is I thought that the reason the stock was going up was possibly that the Toad, working through all of his network, was turning computers on to drive the stock price of Finger up to bring people in so he could short it and then go to Roth Capital and do a deal. So they got it up to $5. I think it was manipulated up by someone like the Toad or you. You might have manipulated up. It sucked people in. And I caution that they will drive it back down, shorting it back down. Just like they've done in all the other stocks out there. They need to get retail pouring money in, and then they can walk it down slowly. That's saying that's you've heard that they take the elevator up and they take the stairs down so they can make money. You guys do that. So anyway, I cautioned about that, and that got people annoyed with me too. I think it did happen, and I think that prediction came true. They started shorting it. You guys started shorting it. But ironically, I also thought that the company should take the deal. If the Toad or whomever had helped drive the price up, and then they shorted a bunch of stock, you did, and then you called Roth Capital and said, we'll buy, I don't know, 15 million shares from the company if you organize the offering, and we'll do it at $3 or $3.25. The stock was $5, maybe at $3.50. The stock was $5. I think they should have done it. Then they'd be sitting with $35-40 million on their balance sheet, and they'd have a JV with SAIC. Well, instead, what they did is they let the stock go up, let you guys short it down, and they did a small offering. That means two or three things to me. One, that management isn't aggressive and doesn't want to take calculated risk. Okay, fair enough. But this isn't a blue chip, protect your market kind of company. They have to take calculated risk. But they didn't do it. So it's a cautious board and cautious management. Secondly, what it means to me is I'm not sure that the C2 contract is big, exclusive, or a key part of Finger Motion's future. But it could be, but it's going to be slow. It's not going to be a rapid rollout of that program. So if they had the money and they had a JV, they could start the cycle, the 90-day cycle. I don't know how, we don't know the volume, but say 100 vehicles a quarter. And once they got through 5 quarters, the delivery and the payout would sustain the next one and the next one and the next one. But this looks like a slow process to me, and it does not look like it's going to make Finger Motion go up. BVD, supposedly one of the most successful automakers in China, may be inflating their profit margins. Apparently in China, the profit margin on automobiles is very low, which would fit with Finger's very low profit margins on anything they do. What I remember is around 2 to 3%, very low. And so BVD delays its payments to its suppliers, to its everything they can. They're 9 months, a year behind in payouts. Well, that doesn't bode well for Finger Motion setting up a rhythm of building out these projects. Do they get paid in time? Now it's government backed, so maybe they would. But it brings a layer of uncertainty. I would have liked to see Finger Motion raise a lot of money and then execute. I think now Finger is in more risk, maybe, of that contract that goes out to tender each time. Maybe there'll be competition. I don't know. But all it means to me is going to be stretched out. There's nothing rapid about that rollout. So that indicates to me that Finger's not going up very much in the short run unless there's a surprise. The company also, like I said, raised a little bit of money. I'm not aware, going to Tony, not so much money, dinero, endless picayune observations, state the obvious, but Finger Motion needs to raise more money. They're going to have to. They don't make money, so they're going to have to raise more money, or they'll just stick to their knitting, which is a top-up business. So all of that leads me to believe that Finger Motion is going to go sideways for quite a while, maybe through the end of the year. Maybe we'll get another run up next year. But I wasn't impressed with the annual report. I wasn't impressed with how they handled that C2 contract, and we're already halfway through the year. So I expect another so-so year with Finger, and talking about the same upside. Now, the positives on Finger, I think they have a good team. They have a great core of investors, a great CEO, and the opportunity is massive. I saw Lily. She wasn't in New York, but I saw the picture of her in the presentation. And the company goes out. They go to London. They work on telling the story. But I think she looks like she's quite capable of having an impact. And of course, Martin is. The loyalty of the government to Finger, the ability for Finger to do $35 million in revenue now 3 years in a row, this all means it's not going to disappear. Meanwhile, you've got the insurance company, scientists, I guess you call them, working with Finger to see if they can use the data to create products to sell into China. That's ongoing. You've got big data. You've got a couple of other angles. What I liked to see in their last presentation, they've narrowed the story down to 4 engines, 4 pistons to their engine, which is the first step. I think Finger has to get to the point where they have an easy story to tell. I think they have to get to the point where they have predictable revenue, cash flow, and earnings if they get there. And they haven't gotten earnings positive yet. So that's another negative. And it has to be growing. So you can't have this lumpiness. It's got to be something easy to tell. And ironically, when you get into the car business, even if it is putting on your technology on the cars, it's just assembly. The most important thing is, do you have ongoing data income from the data streams? That would be powerful because that would be high margin. But there's not a lot of high margin in that assembly business. Ties up a lot of capital. It's not the sexy high multiple business that you want to be in. So I think Finger Motion is a sideways stock probably for the rest of the year, unless it has some surprise. That surprise could be a clarity or a big order or some large investor coming in alongside to make the C2 contract work. But there's no evidence of that, and I don't think it'll happen in the summertime, but it could. The other thing is the company's going to need to raise money. And I think they're going to find out that Roth Capital will arrange another introduction to you guys, covered up by attorneys, so that you all cover some of your shorting and the stock could be lower. They could do a deal. I mean, the stock right now is $2. Last time it was 280, they did a deal at 150. So I don't know why they didn't do a deal when it was $4, $5. Take the haircut, it'd still be $350. But now you're back down in these low levels. When they go to raise money, it's going to be like you guys always cause it, 30% discount. So you guys can make some money because you deserve it. You're such an important part of the American financial landscape. The final thing I'll call to your attention on Finger is I understand that Richard Hoffman did a video on Finger. I don't know who's paying him to do that. Maybe he did it for free. But he's turned his forensic eyes on GTII. I assume he was paid to do that, but maybe he did it for free. And now those eyes are turning to Finger. Why? It's the question. Why? Is someone behind that wants to look? Are the whales questioning Finger the way they question Reichman? I don't know. But it's something to be wary of, and it works in your bailiwick, in your wheelhouse, as a short. People here own a lot of Finger. And I've been clear, I don't think it's squeezing. And that pissed people off too. I think it's under control, just like GME and AMC. And you guys were good at that. You guys were good at that. And I congratulate you on your criminality. It's a perfect crime. So my question is, if a lot of people listen to Richard, and Ham told people to follow Richard for GTII, great guy, you can trust him, blah, blah, blah. Well, a lot of people in GTII or in Finger, they trust Richard. And my understanding, I didn't watch the video, my understanding is that he owned some Finger. I might have written it down. No, I didn't write it down. Oh. Yeah, he sold out his shares of Finger. I think he had 8,000 shares, and he no longer is in Finger Motion. And he's concerned about this Kaiser Solsay guy, Terrence Perrins or something, who just was sentenced to 2.5 years in prison or jail. It'll probably be be in a golf club place that you guys send him wine and cigars and girls. But and he had to make restitution of $12.5 million, and I think pay a fine of $5 million, if I recall it correctly. So I think Richard is concerned, as I understand it, that this Kaiser Solsay guy is going to have to sell his stock in Finger, and he owns 4 million shares. I'm not so sure about it. My understanding is this guy was a short with you guys, with you on the bad side of the street for years. He made something like $400 or $500 million, destroying market caps and stealing money out of the market without having to pay taxes. So my guess is having to come up with 20 million is fine. And I would even guess further that his attorneys, your attorneys, will probably sit down with the other side and say, you know what, we'll bring that 20 million right away if we can get a reduction in the sentence. You know, I think something like that'll happen. So I'm not so sure this guy will sell his stock, but he might. But what I bring to your attention is you guys are still hitting Finger hard. You're constant. You are constant selling, selling, selling. And if people who trust Richard start saying, well, he sold the stock, I want to be out. You know, if I don't know, there's thousands of shareholders of Finger Motion from this larger community of people. Ham now has taken what I consider an audience, mine, that I shared with him and built up. He's now taken it elsewhere. I don't know what he's telling you guys. But if it's the same thing he was saying when he came live here, and it's fine. Love is love and not fade away and all that. But I'm hearing he's been making projections of Finger Motion going to 3,000, 3,500. That is sheer folly. Finger Motion is not going to squeeze unless it has a surprise out of the blue, which it could, but I don't know about it. Or the price accelerates to the upside, making you guys have to buy back in. I see no evidence of that. It just ran to 5 and you had it under control. The only other way would be that longs get together and cheat the way you cheat. But longs most of the time don't want to go to jail, and they don't have the lawyers you have, the lying attorneys. And longs don't have the regulators on their side. It's funny, if you look at the Kaiser Solsay guy, he never got in trouble, as far as I know, when he took $400 million out of the markets doing what you do. The only time he got in trouble is when he's long a stock that he started selling. He's long. So longs are in the spotlight of the SEC. What you guys do in the shadows, you're free to do it as far as the cops are concerned. So I think Finger Motion is going to have to raise more money, and I think it'll be lower than $2 when they do it. On top of that, Richard is raising red flags, and he's going to do it. I'm sure he's couching it in, hey, I'm just a lawyer. I'm not giving advice. You got to do your own. Blah, blah. But you know what? Whispers have an impact. As much denying that there's any responsibility behind it, it has an impact. And there's a reason he's telling you. It could be just that he wanted to let you know he was selling his stock. I don't know. Maybe he felt that he needed to tell you that. But to get stocks to squeeze, people have to believe that the stock is going to go up, and they have to hang in. And everybody's hung in now for 2-3 years. But let me just ask you, and then I'm going to get off of this subject because it's a waste of time. because you're not going to make any money in finger, but you want to talk about it, and you're just a short anyway. I think there is a risk that people start selling finger motion because Richard made his video. And they start thinking, well, what if Kaiser Soze has to sell stock? I'd be worried about some of the other whales losing interest. All you need is one big position start selling, and then it cascades on itself and cascades. So is it a stock you really want to bet everything on? I wouldn't, not now. And the reason I'm being blunt is in the past, I thought I was being clear, but no one here seems to hear unless I'm absolutely blunt. I think there's a risk finger goes back down. And I certainly think when they go to raise money, they raise money below 2. Now, that doesn't take away from all the positives I see in finger. And there could be big news, good news that changes the story dramatically. So it's not I'm not doom and gloom on it. I'm just warning of the risks. And I don't think Richard's video is a very positive thing for finger. I'm not ascribing any motive to him. I'm just saying if I were in finger, which I'm not, I would sidestep the risk that there could be a sell-off as people listen to Richard, because you don't want to be when the crowd starts selling, you don't want to be in the middle of the crowd. You want to be first. You remember that movie? You can be smarter. You can cheat like you do. You know all about cheating. You can be smarter, you can cheat, or you can be first. I think in this case, it'd be better to be first. Does that mean finger doesn't have a bright future? No. I just think they have some treacherous times ahead. And all you would need is one whale. It could be Kaiser Soze saying, I got to sell all my stock. And then you're going to have a bloodbath, and you're going to wonder why you sat there. Well, Ham said it was going to be life-changing, and it's going to go to $3,500 a share. Bullshit. Finger motion is not going to squeeze. And I've said that now for months, if not years. Bullshit. But like any of these stocks, it could squeeze. There's a reason you're here. Now, everybody in the audience should understand what these guys do. They need you. They need you. Otherwise, the stocks, there's no money to steal. So they can use the computers, the algorithms, to try to get the stock going up. But it's your buying spread out from all unpredictable ways and places and sizes and prices that really triggers the algorithm to keep buying. So your buying, your fear of missing out, and the algorithm buying that's all crap drives the stock up. That happens very quickly. Think COSM, think CRTD, think, well, Vocal's the same stock. Think GTII when it ran. Think Finger sometimes, but think G-Bucks twice and Nixie a couple of times. They run up, and then guys like this start shorting it. Now they have an unlimited capacity to sell stock they don't own. So with Finger recently, they could short it at 3 and 4 and 5. If it had gone to 6, they'd short it there. If it had gone to 7, they'd short it there. Now, what they're playing with fire on when they do it is what Ham describes is as it keeps going up, there's buy-ins on each of those, and that can light the fire to the upside. But they'll just short from 50, as you saw with GME. Whatever the number is, they'll just sell from there. Now it'll take out Melvin Capital, but the company SAC and Citadel that bailed them out, they made all the money they want, arm's length, shorting it again, arranging deals, arranging for Wall Street to cross stock to cover the short positions, and they're in the middle making fees, making money. That's how you make your living. But you're so scummy, you're not in with the varsity guys. You're not even on the JV team. You're just scumming around trying to pick up the pieces. So anyway, I don't think the video from Richard is a particularly good sign. He may be bird dogging on behalf of a whale or not. He might be just honestly telling you his thoughts, but he thinks it's like some discovery. This Kaiser Solse guy, we've talked about it here. That guy makes his filings. I don't know, like I've already said, I don't know that he has to sell his finger to meet his cash call from the government. But it might be that he's hidden his assets and he doesn't want to show where they are, so he might have to sell. So Richard's warning might be prescient, but people will make their own decision on that. Do you want to be sitting in a stock that there could be a sell-off in just because all you need is a few people to sell and then it feeds on itself? And there's no good news coming for Finger. What's the good news? Another earnings report where they don't make money, but they talk about the same thing, and it's a lifestyle app, and they're doing. I mean, what's going to come to rock and roll the story for Finger? And you're going to have you in there shorting it. So anyway, there you go. I talked about Finger. All right, Lion wants to distract you. Lion wants to distract you from Railtown. But let's look at Wolf. Wolf was destroyed by the shorts, but there's a nuclear renaissance, but there's also a data, there's a data Lion, why do you do that? There's egg all over your face with that. You're just trying, are you really a short? That surprises me. You buried everybody, which is, I believed you in HNRC. There's nothing. Wolf doesn't look like it's going to squeeze unless I'm looking at the wrong stock. I might be looking at the wrong stock. This is 41 cents. It might be the wrong stock. Let me see. Wolf Speed. That's not the one you're talking about. You're talking about, was it WULF? Because if you're talking about WOLF, that's embarrassing. Let me try WUL. Yeah, with a U. That might be what you meant, is WULF. That's a better looking chart. Doesn't look like it's going to squeeze. So you work with the shorts. That's interesting. I'll remember that. Yeah, the chart does look good on WULF. It does look good. The stock's 455. If it were to break through 478, it'd run into trouble at $5, but at about it'll try to get to 560, and then $7. You're right. I think WULF looks good. It does look good. WOLF looks like a bloody disaster. And if people are gonna, it's 41 cents. If you are gonna go into WOLF because Lion's here, you're crazy. And you might as well just tune into Lion's Lives. And, WOLF is to stay away from. And that is financial advice, not financial advice. Oh, let's look where it is. Oh, shoot. Okay. Fingers up today. It's a good sign. Nixie's up 26 cents to 206. Remember what happens, guys. You look at these stock prices as if it's always good when it's going up. It isn't always good. Guys like this jerk that just came on, they want the stock up, so you start putting your money into it so they have something to steal. So it's tricky. It's just tricky. On the other hand, Nixie could be implementing their plan. I just find it risky. Railtown gives you a ticket out of this nightmare. Railtown is not a stock that Lion's going to come up and pop up a 41-cent stock that's completely worthless, that he says it looks like it wants to squeeze. WOLF is a disaster. So I didn't know Lion worked for the shorts. I really didn't, but I do now. The volume on Railtown is 132. It's 41 cents by 41.6. We'll get to Railtown. Let's go down the list. Tobias, you're an asshole. You're here to brag. You're here to be mean and to be a bully. But you don't fight your own fights. So congratulations for being a DAC. GTII will never squeeze, ever. There will be no squeeze. You guys saw to that. You guys saw to that. And I think people should be selling GTII hand over fist, but for some reason people are buying it. They're still in it. We still have to effing talk about it. It's 18 cents. I don't know why this stock has a market cap of $67 million. Why? If you own GTII, you should be selling it. Let me go through it one more time for the slow pokes. You collectively, with the whales, currently own 100% of GTII with all shareholders. You currently own 100% of GTII. If the receivership is successful with the other attorneys, you're going to own roughly 80% of the company, and the receiver is going to, and attorneys are going to own 20%. I'll call it we. We'll have 80% of the company. The receiver will own 20%. It's like 18%. So it'll be 80-20 or something like that. Now that so you're going to be reduced by the receiver taking shares. It's just, that's the deal he struck. So you're down to 80% of whatever this, let's say it stays at 66 million. The receiver will have $12 million for his work, and you're reduced from 66 million down to 54 million. It's not, you say, well, that's not a bad deal. Fine. I'm not here to argue it. Whether it's good or bad, I'm not here to argue. But you're already being reduced down to 80%. Now, you're being told that a great company is coming in. It's using AI, and it's a platform for trading. I mean, it's better than Smith Barney, Merrill Lynch, A.G. Edwards, Prudential Bases, Fidelity, E-Trades, Morgan Stanley, Sutros. It's better than all of the trading, Webull, Stark, whatever. It's better than all of those services, and it has AI. So it's going to come on. They have a team. They have revenue. Their model is a subscription model. It's going to grow like gangbusters. So they're going to come in, and it's fantastic. All right, I buy it, because I've heard this. I have heard the guy is very good, and he means to look out. I've never met him or talked to him. All right, we'll buy it. So they're going to come into GTII. Right now, we own 100%, but after the receiver is finished, we're going to own approximately 80%. And then this guy's going to come in, and he's going to say, I want 90% of GTII. There'll be a kickback, a fight back. Maybe it'll be 85. So let's say it ends up with 85% of the company to come in with his company. So our 80% will be reduced to 12%. We'll be down to 12% of the company. Right now, we collectively own 100%, everybody in. By the time the receivership comes, it'll be almost 20% going to the receiver for his work. So we'll have 80% of the company. The receiver will have 20. Then this company, this brilliant trading app AI training just light years ahead of anybody else. I'm sure it is. I don't mean to sound sarcastic. They'll come in probably for 90% of GTII, but here I'm assuming 85%. So we'll have 12% from where we are right now. And you can do your pro rata ownership. We'll have 12%. Of course, the receiver will be reduced as well. Well, then GTI will be there, and apparently this new technology comes in, but they have revenue, but they're going to need money. So the whales come in, and the whales say, "We'll give you the money to get going, but we want 33% of this new co. We want 33% of it to give you whatever amount of money it is they need." So they'll come in to the reconstituted GTII after money is raised, and let's say they take a third of the company on their raise. We'll be down to 4% of the company. We'll be down to 4% of the company. So even though you brought in the greatest of all applications, you brought in a great CEO, the whales are on your side, the receiver got stock taken out of the cap table, even all those good things happening, you're going to own 4% of the company collectively. And so if we assume the stock stays valued at $66 million, you're going to have a stock probably worth 0.007. But then what's going to happen is they're probably going to have to do a reverse, or maybe this guy will say, "I'll never do a reverse." Fine. But they're going to have to probably do other deals and transactions. So it's not a given that current shareholders will end up with 4%. It might even be worse. And so people are hanging on to GTII. It's not going up. People should be selling GTII, and in my opinion, buying Railtown, or just take the cash out. It's the best trade you'll see in GTII. These guys will need you later on. They'll make an offering to you, and you can decide then whether you want to put more money in. But thank you very much, Tobias, for your very thoughtful question on GTII. It will never squeeze. Hey, Giuseppe. All right, so Lion is working with the shorts. Guys, do not buy WOLF. It's 41 cents. It's crap. So I guess Lion must be short Railtown. Unbelievable. Hey, I am almost legend. I'm not going to play. I know. I didn't play the whole thing. Nightmare. I'm very frisky. And I don't feel that way. This is very funny, Fernando. I'll confess. Stop. Please stop. Please stop. Okay, so this guy wants you to look at XRP. Look, guys and girls, if you want to get distracted and if you want to keep hopping from story to story that these guys come on for, sometimes just for hits, sometimes just for bragging rights, but almost certainly many of them come on to get you to get the stock moving up so they can get their algorithmic computers driving the stock up, so then they have something to short into, and then they can crush it, and they can go home with thousands of dollars a day, and you're left wondering. They come on and say, oh, what's Williams' newest scam? It's there. The scam is theirs. But if you keep doing it, they're going to keep coming in. Railtown is your exit from all of these scumbags, in my judgment. Now they've shorted. The reason they're here, they shorted Railtown. I'll show you in a minute. And they're worried. They're worried. Railtown is 41 cents to 41.9. They're scared shitless because, you know, I showed you the video yesterday of Corey Brandolini, and he mentioned that he wants to come into the United States and do a roadshow, which is bravo. That is bravo. But he wants to raise money with U.S. investment banks. There are no U.S. investment banks who traffic in stocks under $10, $7. There are none. Roth Capital isn't an investment bank. Benchmark isn't one. These are just fronts for the shorts. Hey, Miko. See here. So, hey, Steve. So you're on vacation, and they had you 3 years after their wedding. So I guess you're not the eldest, or they married for love, or both. This is what's going to go on, I think, this week in Railtown is vacations. Tomorrow is Canada Day, and I think these shorts will try to short it down tomorrow. But the stock's acting like something's up. Wouldn't it be a shock if these guys announced after the close tonight or tomorrow while the markets are closed in Canada that they got the deal done? I don't think that's going to happen, but I just think that would be fantastic. Hey, Diane. Lou isn't dead. He's there with you. He just went home. I hope so. I hope so. Jeremy, is Ham still a believer in Finger? Well, I can't speak for Ham, but I believe he is. And he's got what do you call them? Space calls twice a day at least on Finger and G-Bucks and quantum bio something or other. QN. I don't remember. I don't remember the symbol. I might have it here. No, I don't. But yeah, go just listen. You can go on Twitter, Google. Search. for Finger, and you'll find Ham's comments, and you'll see through, follow him, and then you'll see conference calls. He'll let you know, and you can listen into his conference calls, and then they're usually recorded, so you can go back and listen to them after the fact. So yeah, I believe Ham is still very positive on finger motion, very positive. But that's what makes a market. Hey Ryan, Firefox browser. I used that for a while on a computer. I just stick with Safari because it's as good as any Safari as I know. The shorts play Ham like a Stradivarius. Look at the current G-Bucks debacle. Let's do a dividend, have the holders do a share count, and Ham will hire Wes Christian for a 10-year lawsuit. MMTLP all over again. Except he wasn't part of MMTLP. I think there's more of an effort with G-Bucks to get the computers on the buy side working to make the stock run up. But longs have to be very careful because the SEC cares about what longs do. They don't care about what shorts do. So I think there's a lot of risk in G-Bucks, Nixie. Now they may go up. They may go up. But that doesn't make it an incorrect decision to say there's a lot of risk in G-Bucks. I don't want to talk about G-Bucks actually. At $1.50, it looks pretty cheap. So I don't know that there's a lot of risk there. Let's not talk about G-Bucks. Let's talk about Nixie instead. Nixie is $2. It's up 23 cents. That might be just to get people to buy it, or it could be that there's reasons, and it could end up going to $6. But I think they have a new auditor. I don't understand the revenue announcements. There's risk. Now, the fact that it can go up doesn't mean that it's the wrong decision. Should people decide to I feel like I'm being bitten by something. There was a big spider here yesterday. Oh, I'll make it through. There's risk of dead money or worse. And Railtown is sitting right in front of you, in my judgment, of a 10x. Not because of shorting, not because of let's do a dividend, not because of share counts, not because of whales being in here owning more than the shorts, none of that. Simply because AI 2.0, as this guy points out, is going to make crypto look like a ripple. It's going to create a tidal wave of wealth. Of course, he's got 3 stocks or so. But I think Railtown is going to, once they close the deal, there's going to be buyers for Railtown that I don't know what word to use to get you to understand it. It's going to be repriced, not because of short squeezing, not because of any kind of trying to get the system. It's going to be repriced because it's where it should be. Now, I could be wrong, of course, on my 10x, but I could be wrong both directions. I could be wrong in both directions. Maybe it only goes to $2 or $2.50, but that's in the repricing. Or maybe it goes to $8 in the repricing. But whatever that repricing is, that's the starting point. That's not going up and coming back down. That's popping up to the step that it should be on right now. And the only reason it's not is because it's gotten bigger than what Railtown originally was. It's gotten much bigger because they're buying the network of 160 companies with the mission of rolling those up into Railtown now, bringing on revenue. They're all AI companies. And I think the reason it's taking so long is they're not making the mistake that Brent Sun did at Logic. Because these guys know what they're doing. They don't have some psychological problem after years of hard work, years of integrity, years of building things, years of being a good person, that you just throw it all away with a signature with a Wall Street scumbag. They're not going to do that here at Railtown. I think this is Donna. Hi, Donna, it is. It says Damo. I think this is Ted Williams, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there's a guy, I don't want to pull it up, but you can go to the SEC filings for Finger and go through some of the change of beneficial ownership filings. You don't have to go too far back, and you'll see the guy. I think his name is Terrence Perez or Terrence Perrins. I can never remember his name, so I call him Kaiser Solse. He used to be a short seller, a big short seller, apparently. I got that information third hand. I never studied him. I'm not that interested. But he made hundreds of millions of dollars. I heard 400, 450. And I think he can, you're right, that guy is going to prison for 2.5 years, which is nothing. He lives in Santa Monica and in Dorado Beach, and he lives the life. He's a relatively young man. He's not 90. So 2.5 years, maybe he can study the Old Testament or study the Bible or study the Quran while he's in there. And maybe he can get in touch with, making things right with God, like we all ultimately have to do. Maybe 2.5 years is just what he needs. But is it going to change his life a lot? No. He'll be back out. He'll be rich. He'll be in Santa Monica. He'll be in Dorado Beach. And you're going to say, well, then he'll be banned. They all break the law anyway. He'll be fine. The question is, does he have to sell? And why is Richard pointing it out? Does Richard have information from someone? I don't think so. I think Richard's doing a service teaching you how to take other factors into account other than just the excitement of one side of the story. If he sold 4 million shares, the stock would be 10 cents. So I don't think he's going to sell it, not in the open market. Now, he may arrange with a whale. You know, if he really needs the money, I'd call up one of those whales and say, you know what, I'll sell you my 4 million shares at $1 million. Just get it done. Do it at $2 million. Just get it done. But that doesn't even come close to fulfilling what he needs to come up with. He needs to come up with about $20 million, including legal fees. I think he has it. I think he never paid taxes on any of the stealings that he made. And I'm sure it's all offshore. I'm sure it's hidden in various accounts. And, you know, I don't think he's going to sell. But, you know, just that you're asking it, what's going to happen to his shares? I've been asked by, I think, 6 or 7 people. And it's not like I'm closely connected to anybody that's involved there. But imagine if out of the thousands of shareholders in Finger, just 100 of them say what you're saying and say, I just want to sell. Do you want to be the last one to sell? I'm not saying that's going to happen. I am not saying that's going to happen. The chart on Finger used to look good. It looked like it could have a bounce. I don't see that anymore. But it still could. It could. Charts change every day. But I think Finger's probably headed down to 150. And, you know, that woman that I said, why don't you sell your shares at, I think it was 350. You could buy 10,000 shares of, that's what it was. I said you could buy 10, even 12,000 shares of Railtown. Now if she didn't do that, her Railtown would have gone from 31 cents, 32 cents to 42 cents now. And her Finger's down from, I forget what it was, 360 down to 209. So sitting and waiting cost her a real opportunity. And I think there's still, you know, there's more risk to selling Finger now because Finger could go to 3. And that's a nice move. That's 50%. But you guys don't like, for some reason, you guys don't like 50% moves or 100% moves. You don't want to take that profit. I don't get it. It's not good enough. These guys on here shorting shares that don't exist, they'll take that all day long. They'll take 50%, 100%, close out their books, go buy oysters and a white car and a night out with a neighbor's wife. They'll do it all the time. But you hang on. You got to stop being victims. You just got to stop being victims. And I think Railtown is your ticket out. And then if you could own, like this woman could have owned 10,000 shares of Railtown, if she can still do it, she might have to sell other things. I think she should still own 10,000 shares of Railtown. Cost you $4,000. I think in 6 weeks, 8 weeks, could I be wrong on my timing? Sure. But you have to have a theory while you're doing things. It's worth $40,000. Finger in 6, 8 weeks might be worth $1.50, might be worth $2, might be worth $2.50. There's always a chance for a surprise, but then you're gambling. Well, something's going to happen. Railtown, you know what's coming. You know why it's suppressed. You know that the stock is 40 cents because you don't know what you're talking about with AI. I know markets. I'm not an expert in AI, but listening to Alturer and then the Morgan Stanley analyst, but I am legend is right. This guy's so hard to listen to. God, just get to the bloody point. But what I want you to see about what Altucher's doing, he's raising money for AI, and he's selling his subscription. I'll show you the Morgan, if I can find it, I'll show you the Morgan Stanley guy. Maybe when I get at the end of these comments, so I can go take a leak. But there's no question to me, Wall Street's going to be raising money for AI, and Railtown is ready to go. So you've got a 10x before there's risk. There's always risk. It's always speculative, but I'm talking under the cone of knowledgeable investors, and these are speculative stocks. But Railtown, you own it at 40 cents, you buy it at 40 cents, you can learn all about it as it goes up. If you wait to learn about it, you'll be buying it $4 or $5. And this, I forget who the investor was. If she sold her finger at 360, she was able to buy 10 or 11,000 shares of Railtown. Now, if she didn't do it, now she could I've got a, I mean, I think it's pretty easy. Now she can buy, let me just do it. Now she can buy 5,000 shares of Railtown, not 10,000. If she were to sell her finger today and buy Railtown, I still think that's the thing to do, though. Her delay cost her 5,000 shares in the swap, but I still think it's the swap to do, because 5,000 shares of Railtown, let's say by September 1, by Labor Day, could be 20 grand. 1,000 shares of finger by Labor Day could be 2 grand. Could be $1,500. Finger's not gonna squeeze. I'm trying to be as blunt as I can, because I think I've been very clear about that. But I'll just go out and say it. Finger's not gonna squeeze. At least not with this set of circumstances. The dividend is coming, maybe. What a statement. So you'd rather hang on to a stock because maybe. What's going to be happening to Railtown is for sure. I mean, you're right. It is, everything's speculative. But the odds are more lined up with Railtown than you're waiting for. Maybe the dividend's coming. It's a hell of a. You guys don't understand. When you create software, you can think, the example that Corey used is Dropbox, but you could think about TikTok. You could think about OnlyFans. You could think about Uber. You could think about, there's endless examples of coming up with the software. and the strategy. And on the 1,000th day, everyone's sitting around, the wives are leaving, girlfriends don't want to see the guys, there's no money. It's never going to work. But on the 1,001st day, when they engage, and all of a sudden the users catch fire, then all the bankers want to be in there, and the valuation models, they call them unicorns sometimes, go through the roof. That's what Railtown is. But instead, you want the dividends coming maybe. Guys, what is this? You have to make the money back. You can't take losses. What's wrong with taking losses? You're here to make money. Railtown is 42 cents. Like when I started, really, it was 22 cents. I don't know how much you could have purchased because that was the bid. But that was 3 Mondays ago. I guess it was 2 weeks ago, roughly. Here it is at 42 cents. And it's not over. It's doubled, almost 90% up. And Line of All Trades wants you to go into a stock that's 41 cents elsewhere because he's trying to pop the bubble. I didn't realize he's one of the shorts. And these other people are coming on. They're trying to pop the bubble. It doesn't matter. You can sell. You can get out of Railtown. Bubble's not going to be popped. Has nothing to do with the shorts. They're caught. But it has nothing to do with it. Railtown is a company. It's several founders who have come up, and they saw before anyone else, they decided to create it early. They saw the need of an AI agent, a little buddy. It's a little buddy that sits on your shoulder. You're a And what you can't get is, it's like drilling the first well in East Texas and the oil just starts gushing up. But you don't get it. You'd rather sit and wait for a dividend, maybe. But that's fine. Do what you want to do. You're going to regret it. But this research from I think these guys work with the shorts. Look, everybody down in these prices works with the shorts. Railtown is the way out. If this woman had made the swap, she'd own 10,000 shares of Railtown now. If she makes it now, it's 5,000. Either one. Do you know that, in my opinion, what I'm telling you is there's going to be a repricing of Railtown from the people that know. They use BDO. The people that know AI. They know AI 2.0. There's VC guys, there's mutual funds, there's bankers, there's family offices, there's a whole army of Wall Street brokers ready to pour money in. And they're training them now. I'll show you the video. But there's a whole flood of money going to come into AI. It's the next big thing. According to Altucher here, it's going to create a tidal wave of wealth. Well, the question is Railtown the company that's going to do it? I don't know. There's going to be a lot of AI companies that are going to go up. It's the only one I know at this level. There's others, I'm sure. But this, written a year ago, has a target of $2. You're right. Doesn't mean they're correct, but look at some of the things they say. Venkata Velagapundi. He says, using a multiple of 12x on 27th revenue, and this shows to you the revenue doesn't have to be now in AI. They're going to capture a significant market share. They're building at 20% dilution factor, and they're assuming a market penetration of 3% in the United States, and they're assuming that the market size is $3 billion. The video I showed you yesterday, Corey Brandolini is saying his target market, $306 billion. If he gets 3% of that as revenue, it's $9 billion times 12. Let's use this guy's. So Brandolini said the target is 306 billion is the market. Is it bullshit? I don't think so. But let's use three. They capture 3%. That's $9 billion. He said 306, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, times 3%, $9 billion. Let's use this guy's Venupku Venerapanindi. Let's use his multiple of 12. It's 110 billion divided. Instead of using 20% dilution, let's go higher. Let's instead of 170 million shares, let's go to 200 million shares. That's $550 a share. I know it sounds insane. I'm not predicting that. It's just the magnitude of the upside is gigantic. I'm trying to find one sentence. I'm just predicting. My target was $350. I guess it's $5 now in the repricing, and then we'll go from there. Here it is. Based on our discussions with several customers of Railtown's, the value proposition of Railtown's AI tool is quite impressive. That's what I'm telling you guys. It's like hitting a gusher. They're first to market, and the customers say it's great. Anyway, at some point, I'm not going to be as dramatic about it, because once it's $4, once you have a $4 stock, it can go to 2 or go to 8, you know. But at 40 cents, I don't see the downside risk here. I really don't. It's opinion. I'm sure Alcaraz won. He is the easiest draw in the world. Easy peasy. Berrettini is losing. Wow. All the seeds are losing in Carlos's draw. Rublev is tied in the fourth set, 6-6. It was 6-0. Oh, 7-6, and then 6-7, and now it's 6-6. He'll be all right. Rublev will get through. Brooksby is probably going to lose to Greekspor. Davidovich is winning. Jarrett is good, though. Jarrett could beat Rublev. That's a battle. That is a real battle. That's probably going to be the best match of the round. Harris beat Lajovic. I'm surprised. FAA won 5 sets. Wow, Borg beat Cerundolo. Alcaraz is so lucky. Darderi beat Sefilin. I didn't pronounce that right. So Alcaraz won. Yeah, he won. It went 7-5, 6-7, 7-5, 2-6, and then 6-1. So Alcaraz won. He's so. Tsitsipas lost. Runa lost. I heard he was injured. Runa is a threat to Alcaraz, but now he's gone. Tsitsipas is gone. The guy's going to go to the final, no problem. Well, at least he might have to face Nuri and Lehecka. Medvedev is gone. Medvedev is gone. Unbelievable. Big Foe's still there. Big Foe's still in there. But he can't beat Carlos. Unbelievable how lucky he is. Unbelievable. Senate version of Trump tax bill adds $3 trillion to deficit over 10 years, $500 billion more than the House. Debt ceiling raised by. Look, guys, you can blame it on the Republicans, blame it on the bill, but the banks want our debt to go up. That's how they make their money. All right, let's look at the prices. Railtown is almost 42 cents. Nixie's up 24 cents. Fingers up 3 cents. G-Bucks is hanging in there. GTII is 13 cents, and that's headed lower. But let's look at Railtown. This is where these guys are caught. The more they're on here, the more I believe there is a short position. Did I tell you that our position in Railtown right now is 4,716,000 shares, 363, and we have 98 participants. We probably have more because I don't think everyone's told me, but we own 3.33% of the outstanding shares. Isn't that amazing? I'm telling you guys, if you do this and we all stick together, we're not going to have to worry about these criminals anymore. We're not going to, unless you want to be down in this place, we'll be with the big boys and girls. We'll be in good stocks that institutions do research on. Institutions have trading desks. So when the shorts do an at the market offering with derivatives, they might make half a penny per share, which is a lot of money to them. They're creating it out of thin air, but there'll be natural buying coming in to keep it from turning into disasters. These guys are all scummy, and you need to get away from them. What do you say? This is Bill Miko, I think. Thank you, William, for finally calling out foolish projections. Kaiser is Ham's buddy and supposedly got him to buy. Yeah, look, I think that's a good point, by the way. I don't think this guy bought the shares from the company. I think he bought them in the open market. So I don't know that there's that much there in terms of risk to finger unless the guy sells. But if he has to sell, it's much more likely to be a cross trade. Call up a group of the whales and say, look, the stock's $2. I'll give it to you at $1. And they just, he takes a haircut and then the shares go over to somebody else. I don't think they're going to hit the open market. Or he'll just keep them. Well, he should have armed himself if he's going to decorate his saloon with my friend Ned. All right, Julie Kim. All right, we have an adder. I'm going to keep a record. Julie Kim. $77,300. Bravo. Where do I see Railtown in 2 weeks? Let me look at the calendar. Look, I was wrong, Mike. I was wrong about rail in June. I really thought, and that's why I rearranged my small portfolio. I think it was Thursday the 12th that I did it. I think that's when I did it. It might have been Thursday the 5th. I can try to look that. Yeah, I think it was the 5th is when I did it. Because I really thought that they'd get, and I still think that, the longer you wait to establish your position in Railtown, the riskier it becomes that they're going to announce that they got the February 11th news announcement released of an MOU to buy AI partners. How long does it take to close that up, to seal that up? It's 4.5 months. So I think every day you could wake up and that gets announced. But to answer your question, here's the calendar. And tomorrow is Canada Day, which might give people an opportunity to add their position, but maybe not. So tomorrow is Canada Day. That's a holiday in Canada. So Railtown is a Canadian company. My guess is most of the people on what's the street called in Toronto? Most of the people on Trudeau Street or Castro Street in Toronto are going to take this whole weekend. They're going to take off today, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and they'll come back to work maybe on Thursday if they don't take the whole week off. And then for us, we have Friday is a holiday. Most of the people in New York will be heading to the Hamptons Wednesday. And my guess is they won't come back until midweek the following week. So I think this whole week's a goner in terms of anything happening anywhere. But remember, each day that goes by on Railtown, they may close up that deal and announce it. So it could happen this week, but I'm going to guess, Mike, nothing happens this week. Therefore, I'm going to further guess that Railtown, it looks like Railtown's going to break 42. It almost did. Now they're fighting to keep it. They're spoofing. But the government doesn't care if these guys cheat and spoof and collude. It's incredible. If Railtown breaks roughly 43 cents, I think it goes to the all-time high is 62 cents. I think it goes there right away. Does 62 cents pose a lot of resistance? I don't think so. I don't think so. It could, though. You gotta, nothing goes straight up. So it could go to 62 cents and pull back. But I think it's much more likely that they did those warrants at 75 cents. That might be in the computers as a stopping point. I doubt it. I think it's much more likely that if this stock breaks 43 cents, it will rather quickly break 63 cents. And then I think it's headed to $1.20. There's nothing magical about $1, but there might be. But I think it'll double once it breaks 62 cents. I don't think that's happening this week because of holidays. Could it happen next week? I think it'll be a battle of the Titans. If the Canada markets are active enough and strong enough, the stock could start moving next week. But I don't think Wall Street will be back at work next week. So I would demur on your question and change it slightly. What do I think the stock price will be by July 18th? That's the Friday, or July 16th. That's the Wednesday. I think it'll be I think the next stop for Railtown is probably $1.20. Would they raise money at $1? I guess they could, but I don't know. They just raised enough. I don't think they should. Then at $1.20, maybe it pulls back briefly. And then I think it could go from, once it pulls back above $1.25, I think it could go to $2, give or take. Would they raise money there? Maybe. At $2, maybe. Then it'll maybe pull back to 150, and then it'll go to $3. Would they raise money there? Yeah, they could. But I don't think they'll raise a lot at any of those levels. It'll be strategic. But anyway, that's how I see it trading. If the news announcement doesn't come out that they merged, and if the news announcement comes that they merged, I don't think it'll do all that up and back and up and back. I just think it'll go. Then the question is, how far does it go? Because of the shareholder approval required, 40 days from the announcement, there's 5 days notification period and then a 35 waiting. The notification will be, hey, we're having a shareholders meeting. Here's the prospectus or whatever documentation they give for the vote. And then that's 35, it's scheduled 35 days later. So it's possible that this repricing that I feel is going to happen very quickly could be stretched out over 40, 45 days. When you look back on it, it's going to be a blip on a chart. But that's a long, long time to wait if we're overly anxious. But here's what I think will happen. That whatever the documentation they give for the vote, that's full disclosure. So all of the people who are on the sideline and really want to own Railtown are going to come in. They're not going to have your hesitation or my hesitation. Well, I just don't have the money. If I had money, I'd buy more, as much as I can, while the shorts are selling it to me. They're going to come in. So how high does it go when they come in? That's where I think it'll go to $2. Will bigger institutions and mutual funds come in at $1? I don't know. I don't know what the parameters are in Europe or in Canada, but I'll assume they'll come in at $2. And I'll assume as it goes to 3, they'll come in at $3. And I'll assume as it goes to 4 or 5, they'll come in there. But I think there'll be a lot of big pools of money who will wait until the shareholder meeting happens. And so they'll come in at whatever, $4, $5, $6, $7 because of the requirements in their operating agreement, whatever you call it for a mutual fund. So I'll pick a number for you. What do I think it's going to be by July 18th? I'm going to say it's lower than I want to say, but I'm just worried about all the holidays and all of July. So I'm going to say $2, $2 to $2.50. And if you let me say what I think it'll be by August 1, I think by August 1 it'll be 10x from here. $4 or $5 by August 1. I know it's not as exciting as it could be, huh? Wait for a week and a bunch of dead tickers. Hope most haven't over leveraged waiting. Been years in these. Welcome to Bag Holding 101. At least this toughens the nipples. I don't know why having losses would toughen the nipples, but maybe it's your mother's nipples. BW, let me be clear. Let me be as clear as I can. I always think I'm being clear, but I guess it doesn't come across. I don't think anyone should hold anything in this space from MLSS to QNTM or whatever that is, to the stupid one that Lion wants you to buy, to GTII, to, and I hate to say it, temporarily, even Finger, to Nixie, to any of the other names. I don't think you should own any of them. So I'm not going to take you, and I've been saying that. I'm not going to accept your target of saying, a bunch of dead tickers. Get out of them. Can I be clearer? Sell the dead tickers. Away for a week and still see it's a bunch of dead tickers. Get out of them. Sell them. Take your losses. Turn it to cash and buy Railtown at 42 cents. When you went away for a week, you could have bought it at 36 cents. The week earlier, you could have bought it at 28 cents. The week earlier, you could have bought it at 25 cents. But do it. Get out of all the dead tickers. Get out. Get out of the ditch. And come on board Railtrain. That's my recommendation. Don't be distracted by Lion of all trades or these guys that get you into XRP or anything. Don't put the blinkers on. I don't find AI all that good.
What happened?
It's bad.
What are you going to do now?
I don't have a goddamn idea. What do you do if you don't have a witness?
Use their witness.
That's right.
I think we tried that, Francis. Case is over. You know, you broke the first rule I ever taught you in law school. You never ask a question unless you have the answer to it. Even your own expert witness said there was no negligence. It's over, period. There'll be other cases.
There are no other cases. This is the case. There are no other cases. This is the case. There are no other cases. This is the case. No other cases. This is the case. You are the law.
There are no other stocks right now. For 8 weeks, there are no other stocks, and I think for 18 months, there are no other stocks. This is the stock. Sell your dead tickers. I don't want to hear about them anymore. I just don't want to hear about them, and I don't want the blowback. Oh, a bunch of dead tickers. I don't ever want to hear a story. Hey, there's a bunch of whales They own the float, and they're putting together. They're going to bring a new CEO on, and they're bringing in a deal with AI and a deal with quantum and a deal with biotech. And they're going to put some Bitcoin in it, and they're going to put some gold in it. What's the other buzzword? Oh, they're going to put some support Israel in it, and they're going to put some you're just an anti-Semite in it. They're going to put all those buzzwords in, and it's going to go. I don't want to ever hear those again. And if you want to stay in that, you take a break. Been away for a week and see it's still a bunch of dead tickers. They're all dead. You know why they're dead? Because in the U.S. markets, under $5, there are no buyers. There's no research. There's no investment banking. There's no regulation. There's no enforcement of settlement. Yet, they still allow the big boy rules of rapid fire trading. They still allow the big boy rules of, hey, you can sell stock you don't own. They allow the big boy rules of, hey, if you get in trouble, you got time. They allow the big boy rules of counterfeiting shares, as we call it. They also allow the big boy rules that you can take the penny stocks and you can put them in a pool and you can create a derivative and put the claim on those stocks on behalf of the bank and the banksters, and that the shareholders just have an entitlement. But if you want to stay in it, BW, stay in it. I'm divorcing myself of all these shitty tickers. They're all shit. Can I be any more clear? Sell the dead tickers. Buy Railtown. And stop listening to these people here distracting you. Buy Railtown. And when Railtown's $4 or $5, you can do, I don't care, do whatever you want anyway. But you can probably, I personally think when it's $4 or $5, you shouldn't sell it. And then go into these other crappy things. They're going to come at you with the hottest news stories. Every one of them will have AI in it. Every one of them will have gold in it. Every one of them will have some biotech thing in it. Every one of them will have, they're going to put their money in Bitcoin. Every one will have the buzz of the day, and they're going to squeeze. They're going to have presentable CEOs. They're going to have breathless conference calls. They're going to have guys out of New York as their IR people with whiskey voices, cigar breath, talking to you as if they know what they're doing, and they're going to be presenting this as the greatest thing, and then you're going to want to sell at $4 or $5 because you made 10 or 12 times your money, and go put it in something where you'll lose. I want you to get out of these crappy tickers. I want you to get away from these devils. They are devils. Get away from them. Railtown takes you away. Railtown is your magic carpet ride. Railtown is the helicopter that lifts you out of the swarming, teeming masses, sweat, stealing, dangerous, I don't know what area of the world, but it's New York, it's Florida. The helicopter, Railtown's the helicopter. It takes you up and across, and you land in a cool lodge overlooking a lake, and you have income, and you have a portfolio. Railtown, I think, is going to go to $40 eventually. I'm not saying right away, but that's going to be your discipline. That's going to be your discipline. Don't sell. Don't listen to these guys anymore. Don't listen to the hype. Don't listen to the space calls anymore. And you could say, well, should we listen to you? No, you don't have to even listen to me anymore. But I would, because I'm going to tell you to hold on to the stock. But we got to get information first before I know that for sure. All I know for sure right now, Railtown is going to 10x from here. The question is, does it do it in 1 week, or does it take 45 days or 60 days? I don't know the answer. It could happen in 1 week. And you're going to hang on to your dead tickers? That's your choice. Don't blame it on me. If I haven't made myself clear, I am telling you, sell everything and buy Railtown. That's great, Raw Dog. I think that's great. That's great. I don't know who you are, Raw Dog, in terms of your name. Because I don't remember Raw Dog. I'll write down Raw Dog just in case you're not on my list. But I think you are. I'm glad you're going to buy more, and I'm glad you're on vacation because you can ignore it. Maybe when you come back, it'll be great. You know, it might be a situation where I'm jumping the gun and vacation lasts until September, and we'll see the big moves in September, October. But the urgency I'm trying to get across is it could happen at any time. What you have never seen before, to my knowledge, is Wall Street falling all over itself to bring good news forward and buying stocks now based on good news that's down the road. That's what's going to happen here. You haven't seen it because all these criminals destroy market caps. This isn't going to be destroyed. I mean, there's always a chance that he gets fooled by Roth Capital or by Benchmark. But when he comes to the States, I don't think he's going to be talking to those lowly investment banks, lower investment banks. I think he'll be talking to the guys that invite him in and, well, we could merge this with one of our portfolio stocks. And he's going to say, why? Well, you would have the benefit of being in the Goldman Sachs umbrella, and we could bring in with real value. And I think he's going to look right through and say, hell no, I got the chick, you got all the bachelors. So hang on to your bachelors. I got the girl everyone wants to marry. Do not buy Wolf. Scam Wolf has built a kick as cup and handle on the weekly data. Could move. Do not buy Wolf. WOLF. So you're saying buy Wolf. WULF. Yeah, I think that's probably all right. Not financial advice. That spider just bit you, might turn you into a superhero. I don't know. I hope it's not a spider. I killed one yesterday. We know Railtown is almost finished with 160 company acquisition. Does RLAIF approach the Canada version of our SEC after or before the acquisition? They've already approached them. Let me be clear, just so I think you understand it, but just for everybody out there. Let's go over the news quickly again. Because the way you wrote it isn't exactly correct. But I think it's just because you're you're typing quickly. I don't think it's because you don't understand what's going on. All right, 4 months ago, little more than 4 months ago, February 11th, Railtown Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed a memorandum of understanding for the acquisition of AI Partnerships Corp, AIP. AIP is a Toronto-based company with an established affiliate network of over 160 AI companies. The acquisition will create a dynamic organization which drives substantial revenue growth and will be able to scale enterprise AI solutions worldwide. That looks like an interesting book. The combination is expected to provide both organizations with an opportunity to leverage Railtown AI's Conductor product as a platform of choice for AI application development by AIP's current and future affiliates and their end users. That's huge, just for Railtown being a member of the network. But then it says one of the fundamental objectives when they established AIP was to have the affiliate network in order to allow AIP to identify and acquire the best affiliates as part of a broader strategic roll-up strategy. So just to be clear, they're not going to buy, they're buying the network company, AIP, but they're not buying all 160 companies, at least not right away. My guess is, I don't think, I use the 80-20 rule, but I don't know. Could they really be buying 33 companies in the last 4 months? I suppose it's possible. But I think it'll be fewer than 30, but more than none. And I think they'll avoid the mistake made at Logic. Remember, Logic announced they were going to do the roll-up with 8 companies to get to $1 billion, to get to 80 cents, 60 cents. And they just did an obvious naive or rookie. I don't think it was intentional, unless it's some subconscious need to fail. They signed up with one company. That company doubled the amount of shares out there for Logic, made the whole thing unattractive to any of the other companies. So those companies went elsewhere. They might have gone to Nixie. I don't know. But they went elsewhere. And the company that came in ostensibly is worth $100 million. But the stock doesn't even have a bid. It was just stupid. As stupid as anything anyone can do. But here with Railtown, I think the guys have been through it before, and I think they recognize that before they come out of the gate, they better have some of that revenue. Apparently AIP the group does 400 million in revenue spread out across the companies. Doesn't come to AIP yet. But how do you make AIP, which will be Railtown, have revenue? Well, the best way to do it is strike a deal to buy a chunk of that revenue. Does the 80-20 rule apply, or is it the 90-10? Or is it the 95-5? I don't know. But I think it'll be one of those rules. They'll buy the 8 companies that do, half the revenue, or they'll buy 16 companies that do 75% of the revenue is 60, or they'll buy 33 companies that do 80% of the revenue, whatever it is. But I think that's why it's taking so long. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. And anyway, they've already presented it, to answer your question, they've already presented it to the Canadian authorities. If it had been approved in 30 days, I think there would have been no question of the combination having a negative effect on competition. Maybe the other explanation for it taking so long is they have to negotiate some sort of, I don't know, buy-in from competitors or something in order to satisfy Canada's requirement not to reduce competition. That could be it too. But anyway, they've already done it. So when it's announced, they don't have to do it again. They don't have to do it again. I suppose they announce the shareholders meeting through the Canadian SEC, but that's a different thing. Scam grifter is at it again. Are you bragging? It's funny, both of your names are a nickname for your tiny, tiny ego. That's very clever. I mean, that you could take the time from your busy day and show us your wit. It's really funny. So you're saying, how's your finger up your ass doing? So your finger, you're referring to finger motion? That is just funny as hell. That is, I bet that if that were Saturday Night Live, Norm Macdonald would use that line. You got a future in comedy, and I appreciate you being here to share it with us. You're the reason these stocks get destroyed. But I guess you're here to brag. Hey, Sada, Aman. I'll try to reach out afterward. I meant to do it beforehand, but I've got a couple of people to get back to, and I will. But thank you for being here. It's good to see you. Chess night. I bought my 20K rail at 22 cents. See? That's the thing. When it's sitting there and you don't act, you do kick yourself later. But I'll tell you one thing you did. By buying establishing some of your position at 22 cents, it makes you willing to buy more as it goes up. Because you're always, everything you buy at a higher price, your average cost is below market. So that is the lesson. And I hope some people out there, if you're afraid to establish your entire position, at least buy something. Now, tomorrow, Railtown might pull back because it won't be trading in Canada. And all of these shills, like John Dick here, Johnson Dick, with John with the small dick here, he's scared, obviously. He's scared. And he may try to drive it down. Now, to address this thing, I don't know what I'm grifting. I don't know what I'm scamming. I'm not making money on it. In fact, today I was looking at these numbers because Railtown pays people to do this. I'm thinking, shoot, I should have asked them for some. I'd love to get shares or the right to buy shares. Of course, I'd probably have to call you guys up and put it in something so you guys provide the money and I keep 10% or something. But no, I'm not. I don't know what I'm scamming. I don't know what I'm grifting. I think John Small Dick, hey, I know, John, your dick may be short, but it sure is thin. I'm sure. You enjoy your John Dick, and ass. I see where your mind is. Just go enjoy all that. Just don't bring it here. But I like the lesson here that you're established a position. It gives you the courage to keep at it. If you don't do any, it's just human nature. You'll never get in. So I think I can hear that you're kicking yourself, but you should also be glad that you bought 20,000 at 22 cents, and that's given you the incentive to add. And so you now have, I guess, 80,000. I think I have that, but I'll write it down to make sure. I think it's great. 80,000. I don't think you need much. One guy said to me, if you have 50,000, you can retire on this. And he was talking about the stock going to $25, $40. 50,000 shares at 42 million. A lot of people can retire on that. Those are the numbers ahead of us. But just to be clear, my projection is initially, and most importantly, that once they announce the closure, and I assume it will be closed, of this deal, I think the stock will reprice. Not because that's a hard call. It's because this is a company that was R&D, and this research came out and anticipated the stock going to $2 a year ago. The stock went to 62 cents. And so you're actually buying it under the price that this research was on or around the same date of 62 cents. You're buying it under the price, and the story is multiples better than when these guys came in, simply because they're buying AI partners. And anyway, I'm glad you bought it. Well, this I love hearing. I love hearing this. The money you lost in Finger, you've already gotten back. This is my whole hope, desire, and this humorist here is always going to come on and throw nasty terms to make you move away, I guess, is his goal. But I think it's also that he's short Railtown, and he's about to feel some real pain. But my whole goal, if you sit down and you list out your losses, and mine are considerable, and unfortunately my account is small enough that I'm not sure that I'm going to recover in any quick time frame in my case. But we'll see. Anything can happen. But in your case, that's fantastic. You've already made back the money you lost in Finger. I'd like people to think that way. Think about your account. You're trying to make money with your account. You can take losses in these stocks, and I hope we never go back to hearing a story. Hey, here's the story. This stock is unbelievable. We had a guy at Merrill Lynch that would say that. He was a great guy. he liked oil and gas stocks. He'd get up, strong guy. He was a good guy. I'm sure he's still around, but he would say, "This stock's unbelievable. It's got no debt," and then but Wall Street was evolving from brokers being stock pickers to just gathering the assets and give it to these red sock guys that happened to go to the same school together and all had a date with Mindy. And so it's changed, but I was glad that I learned a lot from him, and I was glad that I came in around that time. But I'm glad you're making money back. Railtown is the one to do it, and you've seen it. You're a chess knight. You're the one that can see it. You bought 20,000 shares at 22 cents. 20,000 shares. That's because the criminals are giving you stock. That's why they're here scared. That's why they're scared. This Railtown is finally going to take all the things you've learned, all the lessons Ham has taught you. It's going to finally work. I think it could work. I've never presented it as a short story, although I did show you the short report. It is possible that what happens next is that they just raised $500,000 at market, but not with a derivative deal, not with a toxic deal. They did put warrants, half a warrant, 50% up. Pretty standard deal. But that's a strategic investor, a guy that's either going to bring companies or bring money and investors or whatever the hell, some sort of expertise he's bringing. And we'll find out about it as time goes by. But you got to you're building your network that's going to work the story. And I would expect more of that over the next weeks. Maybe at $1, maybe at $2, maybe at $3, $4, $5, I don't know. But it won't be much. It won't hurt the story. Once Wall Street and research analysts and VC and bankers can reasonably quantify the future revenue of the combined Railtown, the stock is going to leap upward. And you can make everything back. And why are you able to buy it now at 22 cents as you did, or 42 cents? Part of the answer is what I've been saying, that the guys that really are chomping at the bit to buy, I'm sure, that's partly opinion. Once the deal's announced, they can buy. But right now they can't. So that's one reason. But the other reason is I think the computers came on when the MOU was announced, because the shorts have these, in their own way, AI computers set up to read headlines. And when a headline says MOU, when a headline says take weeks, when a headline sees to finalize, they just start selling the company down, because they know if they destroy the stock price and raise capital, when Canaccord comes out with an offering, they can be first in line with the capital, say, well, we'll give you $5 million, and they lock in their profit. Or alternatively, they break up the deal the way that the shorts came in and fooled Brent Sun, completely fooled him. And they drive logic and collective audience to zero, because they break up the deals. They chase away the 8 deals in logic, like dropping olive oil on top of boiling water. They just all scatter. I'm glad you made glad you made the money back. Hey Sada, I'm wondering if Railtown will be squeezing or selling other companies. That's an interesting question. I think Railtown could squeeze. I hope not. I really hope not. Because if Railtown squeezes, it could go. I'd show you, but I think I'll lose some comments. But Railtown apparently has as much as 40 million shares short. And I think over the last weeks, the shorts have been selling the stock that people are buying. I think this stock is all given to us by the shorts. It's not given to us by insiders. I don't think it's, the gentleman here that just paid 22 cents, he's not selling it. So I think the shorts are, so I do think there could be a squeeze. But here's the dilemma. I hate it. I hate just thinking about it because Railtown could be worth, I don't know, the value it could be worth. I'm not saying stock price. It could be $50 by the end of the year. I'm not ready to lock in on those numbers yet until we get ideas, but it could. So what if it squeezes to $25? And I'm thinking, by December it could be 50, and it squeezes to 25. Well, then I could sell, hoping it pulls back, but it might not pull back. That's the one thing, guys. This is why the shorts are here being vicious, because their tricks aren't going to work. They're not. I mean, you could sell, but you're not going to make the stock go down unless, no stock goes straight up. So there's ebbs and flows. But if it went to 25, it's a real dilemma. Do you sell and hope it comes back to 8 and you double, triple your position? Or if you sell at 25 and you're waiting for it to go 8, it pulls back to 22, and then there's, I don't know, some announcement, it goes to 35, and then you're out. I don't know, it's tough. On the other hand, if it's squeezed, which I think it feels preposterous to me, but if it were to squeeze to, I don't know, $100 or something, well, that gets a little easier. I mean, that would be pretty clear that it would pull back from there. But that sounds preposterous for a penny stock to do that. So I'm not calling for that. That's why I wish it would not squeeze, because it would be easier. But we'll keep our eye out, Sada. I think the key in a squeeze will be the volume. We'll know more as time goes by. The other question is very interesting. When you read this report or you go to their website, they have I'm not even sure they list them all a year ago, but they have conductor, they have Lang tracks, they have rail tracks, and they have shredder, whatever that is, SREDR, whatever that is. And now they have this fifth one. So I guess there would be a potential if they wanted to just focus on conductor, because it seems like conductor is the thing. that they could spin off some of those other products, I guess. It's possible. We'll see as we go on. If they did something like that, it'd be interesting. That would be another ham theory about how squeezes occur. But I don't want to focus on the squeeze aspect of it because Railtown can give you 100x just based on the story. I think it will 10x from here or more. And then from wherever it starts, $4, $5, $6, maybe it could be more. I think it will 10x from there. So I think you have 100x ahead of you in Railtown, with the first 10x being almost as a lock, in as much as you can ever have a lock in a speculative penny stock. So it's still speculative. But I think that first 10x is essentially a given. The next 10x, we need information, and we'll have it. We'll have it as soon as they get out of the quiet period. We'll start having that info. And I tell you what, you'll feel much happier waiting for the next 10x if you bought at 42 and the stock's sitting at $5 when you start learning about the next stage of the company. And if it takes 18 months, if it takes 24 months, you'll be willing to wait because you're already up. That's how I see it. But I like your idea very much about selling. They might spin things off. I don't know, or sell them to, maybe, when you're a startup company, everything's, well, oil and gas anyway, everything you have is for sale at the right price. I mean, if I were running Railtown, and I'm not, I don't think I'm smart enough. These guys are brainiacs. But I don't think I'd sell anything down right here. The number one, the revenue right now is de minimis. So I would wait till revenue shows up, which it could be 6 months, 8 months, year, end of this year. And then I would also wait for a lot of the deals, the revenue expansion to happen at 50, 100, 150 times revenue before I sold anything. But I like how you're thinking. I do like that. Kenneth Martin, bravo. So now we're getting close to 100 people. Good stocks. As it's worth more than $1, that would be good. I don't know what you mean. I think Railtown will be worth more than $1. But what I'm trying to tell you, you're being stubborn. These other, as you call them, dead tickers, they're all manipulated. There's some longs trying to make it happen. There's a CEO or two trying to make something happen. But the CEOs and the boards do not recognize that the stock market is destroyed by these evil people. And I don't know, you want to just be stuck with the thought that these companies can dig their way out. They can't. You've seen it over and over again. MULN, MMAT, Torchlight. I'm all of a sudden CRTD, COSM. They're all crap, but they all believe they can work their way out by, we'll have news. We'll do a roadshow. We'll hire these people. Any stock that pops its head up becomes a victim of these guys. And there's no banks under here. So the only banks, these guys will say, well, we'll bring you to a bank. We can do research. Well, you go to Benchmark and they'll give you some research and they'll introduce, and then Benchmark for a kickback introduces them to Jeff Easton, whose only training to be on Wall Street is he day traded Yahoo. He would have been better off driving Uber, but it turns out somebody met him, trained him probably from Toronto, probably the Toad, trained him, said, just bring us the companies. You bring the companies. At first, probably Jeff didn't know, but now he knows. We'll short the stock down. You get them to sign, get that deal done. We'll give you a kickback. He doesn't afford Madison Avenue office space for the tiny bit of original issue discount he gets on his deals with the companies. No. So all of these companies, I don't care what the story is. Oh, this is a great story. I don't even care. If they need money, they're going to be destroyed. So no, $1 doesn't cut it. If you're playing with $1 stocks, $2 stocks that need capital in the over-the-counter market, there's no natural buyers. Now, I believe that there's going to be in the oil and gas and the mining space, but even those are destroyed. People as smart as Eric Sprott get destroyed because the system is set up to steal because it's the big banks doing it. It's the big funds doing it. They do it at arm's length. Steve Cohen does it at arm's length, in my opinion. Ken Griffin does it at arm's length, in my opinion. Larry Fink does it at arm's length, in my opinion. Goldman Sachs makes a fortune off of it in arm's length, in my opinion. A bloody fortune to keep doing it. And you keep saying that's where you want to keep your money. If you do, by the way, I'm going to be gone from it. I'm going to be gone. There might be trades. Ham has a client who I think he gave to someone else, a woman, and I think she's smart. Every time she hears a new story, she informs herself, stays on top of it. That's why I think Ham got, I can't deal with all the phone calls because I think she would call constantly for an update. Not once, 20 times. But I think she knows to sell. Once it starts to move, get out. Forget about the squeeze. Most of us don't know that. She did. And I bet she's made a lot of money. That's truly taking advantage of, to use these guys' words, the stock going up, a pump, and then you dump while everybody else is still buying. That's what Joe Kennedy used to do, stock pools. It's as old as time. Get all the suckers in and then get out. But the added thing that's going on is they're treating the stock market as if it's a fractional reserve security system, and they're selling more stock than exists. And Bill Clinton made part of it legal. The rest of it's not legal, but you still want to be down there. I'm giving you a stock right up your alley. Penny stock, you can buy a bunch of it, and your account can get big. And then you can get away from all this crap. But if you want to stay with it, go ahead. Go ahead. Julie Kim has 94. That's amazing. 200. That's awesome. So you may not be able to get to 100,000. That's fine. But if it were me, I'd be thinking, I got to get to 100. But I'll tell you one thing. You're down about 6% from 100,000. Well, there's two sides of a trade. There's the buying. So if you had 100,000, you might sell it at X. So all you have to do now, of course, it's all theoretical, is sell it for 106X, and it's as if you owned 100 now. So it's fantastic. It's a great position. I commend you. I think you're going to be one of the people that are very, very happy. There's others that are hesitating, which is fine. I get it. The other thing with 94,000, if the stock does go up, you can peel off a bit without and still own a big chunk. I really think this is a stock, even though Tony made fun of me, I really think this is a stock as it goes up, and as you learn it, you're not going to want to sell it. And there's nothing in it for me to tell you that. There really isn't. I'm not being paid by the company. They haven't given me shares. I don't know. I don't know where the grift is. I'm up 220. That's over your cost. That's awesome. It's awesome. So sell Nix now because it's a bad turd. So it's Railtown or bust. Look, with Nixie, they changed their auditors. That's a red flag. I don't know if it's a turd. I'm not saying that. I just think it's going to take time. But yes, I'm saying Railtown or bust over the next 2 months, 3 months. That's what I'm saying. Could Nixie go up in that time frame? Yeah. But there's a risk Nixie stays where it is or even goes down because the auditors have to do 2 years of audit. And it might interfere with getting deals done. It may not. Maybe they pull it all together but it's risk. You're gambling. If it works, it's a gamble that turned out. I'd rather be in something. Let me just ask you, could something go wrong with Nix? Could something go wrong with Railtown? I think yes to the first and no to the second. And the risk reward then, there's a lot of risk and there's opportunity costs in Nixie. I don't think there's any risk in Railtown. There might be some volatility, of course, but overall, I don't think there's risk there. What's the upside? Railtown can give you 10 or 100x. Yes, I think it's Railtown or bust. But that's just for the next few weeks. It might be longer. And then once Railtown's up, you can come back and buy as much Nixie and crap that you enjoy wallowing in as you desire. I like Nixie. I bought Nixie. I got people to buy Nixie last year. Nixie ran from $2 to $12. It got running and then it stopped. I think the shorts came in and sabotaged it. So they got it running again in January, February. It ran to this time $6 and it stopped. Did the short sabotage that again? I don't know. But twice they gunned it. And now I felt Nixie was going to be gunned again. And the revenue on Nixie looks enormous. $10 million a month on the way up. But what's this weird thing they say in the headlines? 10 million, I forget what it says, gross net, a gross revenue. Revenue is always gross. So why are they putting that in there? I don't know. Anyway, do what you want to do. You want to have a portfolio of crappy companies and you want to have fun with it and you want to, and Nixie, I don't know that it's crappy, but I think it's a gamble now. what I thought was going to happen hasn't happened, and time kills these stories. It's the same basic story. You got a bunch of whales that own the float, and you're getting a new CEO. It's going to have AI. They're going to have revenues, and it's going to rock and roll. Well, it may still do that, but my insistence that you should own Railtown over Nixie, even if Nixie went to 10, I would still be giving you, in my judgment, the correct information, because Railtown is a better risk reward. Less risk, more reward. And but you do what you want. I don't know. What do you think Nixie's going to do for you? Let's just find out when Labor Day is. I can't believe the stubbornness of... All right, Labor Day, September 1. That's interesting. So people won't come home until Wednesday the 3rd. So let's go with September the 8th. On September the 8th, I think Nixie could be ignoring the squeeze. I'm not calling that, but by September the 8th, I think Nixie could be $5, $10, somewhere in between by September the 8th. And then I think the Wall Street focus on AI and AI products will kick in. And I think from September, October, November, AI could go, the Railtown could go to $25. Now, you think what can Nixie do by September 8th? I guess if everything works well, they got a new CEO, they've got the news out there that they're growing their revenues, but the auditor quit. That doesn't bother you because you're still clinging to the good news, but you got to bob and weave. Why did the auditor quit? It says in the news there was nothing negative, but why? They quit for family reasons? It's like a senator leaving that's caught with his mistress. He leaves for family reasons. I don't know. It's a red sign. So what could Nixie do? I think there's 3 possible paths for Nixie by September 8th. One, it could just stay where it is or go lower as the whales drift away and lose interest. That's one thing. So your Nixie, while you're waiting, could stay here, go to $1, go back. It could just be it could crap out. The second thing is Nixie could put together the revenue, could put together big announcements, could have institutions wanting to buy into the stock. Once they get a deal or two together, they could expand where they're trading. They could go international. I don't know, the guys from China could come in and buy into it, whatever. And so you could have the stock go to 6, 8, and then it really kicks in, and maybe you have a squeeze. And maybe Nixie goes to $30 and then pulls back. Could happen. Or the third thing is that Nixie spends the next 90 days getting 2 years of audited numbers. They spend 90 days dealing with people being on vacation. They spend 90 days or longer trying to resurrect whatever deals that were imminent to try to get the band back together again. So my guess is that Nixie could take into the third quarter before they get the excitement rolling again. And your point is you'd rather hang on to Nixie so that they can make that happen, so that Nixie can meet its promise. I'm telling you, the opportunity cost is massive. And even if you get out of Nixie here and if it triples from here, Railtown can go up 12x. It doesn't compute to me that you would stubbornly hang on to Nixie. Now, Nixie could go to 20, and then you got your 10x. Railtown gives you 10x, and you're saying, well, so, see, I told you. Well, it's a push. Now, if you're waiting for Nixie to go 10x, then you'll come into Railtown. Maybe Nixie goes to 20, but by that time, Railtown itself is 20. And you're behind the game. But you don't get it. It's okay. I'm trying to teach you, but you don't get it. I'm talking in terms of units, shares of Railtown, not dollar amounts. Because Railtown at 40 cents will someday, in my judgment, be $40. Now that's down the road. I reserve the right to change. We'll go by how the news is. But Rail in the meantime is going to be $4. Give or take $2. Once they revalue the company because they announced the bloody merger. What is on the table that Nixie has announced? Nixie, all they had is the guy from Recruiter do a dance in his shorts, and he already sold his stock. He was given stock, he sold it. But it's up to you, BW. It's not worth going any further. Yeah, exactly. The shills are shilling hard. You're right. I'm trying to go through it. It's wow. It's almost 4:00. That's great. Let's see how the stock does by the end of the day. 237. These other stocks are doing all right too. Nixie's up 31 cents, so the gentleman might be correct. Fingers up a penny, up 2 cents now. G-Bucks has them right where they want them. It's got them right where they want them, like Maxwell Smart. Would you believe one German Shepherd and a Cub Scout? I don't get it. I'm just not. But anyway, it's all right. There'll be other trains that come, but I think Railtown is the train. They picked on NVIDIA once too. Yeah, that's true. The more shills I see by the seashore, the more I'm buying. Oh, I love you, Sada. I love you, Sada Aman. Sada, if Sada Aman makes money here, I'm already kind of tearing up. But I believe that if Sada makes money, which I think she will, I will have done what before, God and God willing, I was asked to do. I think that's fantastic. I'm so thrilled. I am so thrilled. I'll be standing there with you, Sada. I'm not gonna abandon you. That is amazing. That's the best news I heard all day. It really is. It really is. I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. And Dirty Red's proud of you. I see. I like this Dirty Red. It's a different. It seems. Is it the same guy? I don't know. Seems like a different guy, but that's how I see it. You sell Nixon Finger and any of the other crap. You gave it time. That's what when I sat down. I said to myself, I gave it the time to work. It didn't work. Time's up. That doesn't mean it won't still work. But I tell you, it's like I was trying to say to you a couple of months ago. When I had my blow up with finger, when I went down, what I should have done, said, no, I'm not going, and sat there and done it. But it's very painful when you have some assets and they go to zero. It's like, oh my God. And you build back, and you sell your couch and go down to Nathan's and sell yourself for the evening to the ladies there. No, I'm making it up. But you recover, but you're not in the same position. And the way I put it to you is that's punishment. It's punishing to have your stock account get destroyed. That is punishment because you didn't act. What I'm suggesting to you, it would be better punishment to sell before the stock goes up, if it goes up. That kind of punishment, you go, oh shoot, I could have waited, I could have gotten a better price. That kind of punishment you can live through because you still got your little corpus of capital. So I admire selling Dirty Red's advice, selling Nixie, Finger, whatever's in your portfolio. You take the loss, you wait 31 days, wait until September. I don't think anything's happening in the heat on any of these stocks in the meantime, But if something happens, it doesn't mean it's the wrong decision to do it. Because the risk of the blow up is so big and so devastating. It's better just to say, you know what, I want to get out before that happens. And sitting right in front of me is Railtown, which is a 6-year story with genius guys that have done it before, who have done it before. And they intentionally had as their strategy, let us develop this next generation set of tools sooner, before they're needed. So we're ready to go. And it was NVIDIA, and I guess one or two of the others, but primarily NVIDIA, that made this change possible. And all the data centers, all of the compute, they call it compute. They always change the English. But all the computing power is making AI 2.0 a reality. And the reason I played that Altucher guy, he said that the coming revolution, I'm paraphrasing, in AI 2.0 will make crypto look like a ripple. It's going to create a tidal wave of wealth, he said. This is our generation's last chance, basically, to meaningfully change our financial position, to create wealth. AI 2.0 isn't some far-off dream. It's already here. It's happening. Forget crypto, he said. This is a wealth-building opportunity that hasn't happened in 150 years. So 100 years it takes us, he must be talking about oil or the Industrial Revolution in the States or the cotton gin or something. I don't know what he's talking about. He said it's going to be a $15.7 trillion bull market. 15.7 trillion. Then he said he's willing to tell you this is going to be the first $100 trillion market industry. the first $100 trillion industry. And then he talked about Netflix. It took 3.5 years for Netflix to get 1 million users. And then he talked about a different company, I forget what it was. It took 2 years to get to 1 million. And then Facebook took 10 months to get to 1 million. And then this AI chat GPT took 5 days to get 1 million. He's talking about how quickly this revolution accelerates. He then said 4% of the companies in the world use AI. Or he said AI 2.0, but I think he said AI. He said this is going to be more significant than any technology breakthrough ever. That's a big statement. It's a bold statement for a one-eyed fat man. Fill your... I forget what he says as he launches across. So, Railtown, look, when it's $5, we can debate all this risky stuff. But until then, you've got a stock that's been suppressed by shorting, and you've got a stock that has not been bought into because of this delay. That's good. They're acquiring AI partners. So once you take the top off that boiling water, the steam's going to come out. The stock's going up, I think, once they can buy. So you're in it from 40 cents to $4 or 50 cents to $5. And then, I think there can be a debate once we're there, once we have more information. Is it going to sit here? Is it going to pull back? When's it going to move? Do I have time to go do a trade somewhere else? And I'm not a diamonds hands guy. You can do whatever you want. But I think you're going to find out that Railtown at let's say it's $5. I think there'll be projections out there. It might be an 18-month projection, 2-year projection, but there'll be projections out there at $50. And you might say, you know what? I'm just going to stay here. I don't ever want to deal with the emotions of a whole crowd of people. And it bugs me because I want you to buy silver and I want you to buy other things. But, this is about creating a meaningful stock account. And then you can do all sorts of things. And I love that Sada did what she did. I really do. I really do. Let me go back. I skipped some because I saw Sada's name. Ted Williams says, the more shills I see here, the more shares of Railtown I buy. I love this, Julie. You're another hero of mine. Nick's I love that you sold GTII. I love it. Amazing. DJT, ZJ Weil, Half Finger. That's great, Julie. It's great. I mean, I would go further, but I love what you did. I love what you did. Eddie Lecenze. Eddie Lecenze. I'm listing Frankfurt. All right, Eddie. I think you're new to my list, unless you're Eddie Eagle. I don't know. But I'll write it down and I'll check. The names are all different here. Eddie Lecenze. Good job. Look, good job. What'd you say? 8,000. That's great. Never sell a saddle, a dead horse. Who is Tony? Tony De Niro. Dirty Red. I got 300 more today. Oh, I put you down for some. You're on my list, but I'll write it. Dirty Red, 1,500. Your number keeps changing, but that's great. 1,500 is a great number. It's a great number. It's a great number. Turn my head on today's call. Term I heard on today's call regarding squeeze tickers and those that comment on them. Quote, they don't know their heads from their asses, unquote. Well, if he's talking about me, that's fine. I don't think he is, but if he is, no wonder no one's going out with me. I've been walking around with my ass on my shoulders instead of my head. It all makes sense now. Sada and Julie, you guys are going to be the heroes. And then you're going to say to me, see, we told you the future is female. You're all wrong about those quasi-sexist things you say. I hope so. You guys deserve it. You deserve it. And don't be. The two things I hope is these criminals are going to try to short it, and it might happen tomorrow when the Canadian markets are closed, because in Canada they can't buy. But I'm hoping it's resilient. Looking at the charts, which I've shown you, and I might have one here still, the breakout point for Railtown is right around here, 41, 42, 43 cents. When it breaks out, these guys are in trouble. That's why they're coming out in force. And they come out as your friend. They come out as trying to be part of you and against me. I don't know. They'll do anything to try to save their rather exposed behinds. We've got 2 minutes to go. 4106 to 4149, and they're spoofing, and it's trading around, and we got 1 minute to go. Nixie's done well. It's up 31 cents to 11, but that's still not where it gotten to the price I sold Nixie, which is, I'm not bragging, but it's just a comment that I was worried Nixie was going to go up the next day when I sold. But the point is, it's just back to where it was. All right, GTII is down. Julie, you did a good thing. You couldn't get it now. Finger is down a penny. G-Bucks is down 22 cents, which I thought it might recover. And then Railtown, let's cut to the tape. It closes at 41.4, and it actually has 50,000 shares on the bid, which I would take as real. But what's above it is just spoofing. I don't think it trades in the open market after hours. So that's a decent close, 41.4. Congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to Sada and Julie. I'm going to have to wash their cars for the rest of my life. Okay, here's Richard, 552. It's weird. I can't tell who people are, but anyway, GTII and MMTLP holding steady. MMTLP community have found Jeff Sessions to be as fraudulent as the hedge funds. Look, it's tough to fight the banks. It just like it's tough to fight APEC, and it's a very similar fight. I know that Sada, for example, was, because I met her when I went to the hearings of Gary Gensler, and just a wonderful person, and just the faith the whole group has in our Congress is really misplaced. It's a sadness. I think we can recover our goodness, but it requires I hope it doesn't require a bust up, but it requires a return to ethics and higher ideals than material things. But anyway, I think it's okay for me to say that she was there because of MMTLP, as I was. And now I'll shift to talk about myself. I bought 4,269 shares of MMTLP at essentially $8, $7.96 or $7.94. Two trades, but it was right in that. I think I bought it on Wednesday. I might have bought some on Tuesday, but I think I bought it all on Wednesday. And then it stopped trading Thursday morning. And it apparently was squeezing. And then what the reason I'm just focusing on MMTLP. I've tried to get people to move to Nextbridge, and I really think Nextbridge is the only hope of getting any return on the MMTLP. However, these guys are going after Greg McCabe viciously, and time has gone by. And it's not, if I were Greg, I would make sure that I were private. He's been trying to do the right thing, and you can see it in his transactions by shareholders and by reporting. I would just take the thing private and be a deal maker, raise some money. But I don't know. He's got these guys like Double D and Johnny Tobacco in his ear, and they're going to convince him, I guess, and others, that he needs to be trading. And then he's got a pending deal with Roth Capital. It's possible. The oil and gas is the one area where they can break out of this, but the odds are stacked. So anyway, I do not believe there will be a settlement in MMTLP of any kind coming out of Congress, if any kind coming out of the regulators. I think the system is hoping Nextbridge is quasi trading or trading, so they can create derivatives and they can move the whole blob of securities entitlements over to Nextbridge. And I just don't think there's any money coming. Nextbridge might rescue it, but it's going to take time. And I think the oil and gas business is facing a period, unless there's a war, a period of anywhere from 6 months to 2 years of weakness in oil prices, which I think is great. It's such a huge opportunity to build a position to get in there, because when it turns, I think oil's going to $500 a barrel. So there'll be huge opportunities to create wealth in oil and gas and in commodities. And Nextbridge can participate. Greg McCabe's a young man, healthy, and he's been doing this all his life, but there's other companies. So I think there's hope. But anyway, I think Railtown, as I sit down and look, and I did it, I guess it's in the other room. I'll probably do it again tonight. But when I add up my losses, in my case, my losses are big, and my account is small. So for me, it's not a panacea. But for many of you, I think you can take your mental write-offs, turn off this AMC, GME, GTII, CRTD, MLSS, MULN, NIXX, LGIQ. You can turn it all off for the rest of your life by buying Railtown now. And the wind is at your back in Railtown. And, if I'm wrong, maybe it doesn't go to $5, it only goes to $3.50, or maybe it goes to $10. All I have to work with is the press releases, some of the industry information, and try to make my best judgment. And you've always got to be willing to change that. This thinking, I appreciate what Dirty is saying here. He'd be happy for $5. It'd be a rare win for retail. What I'm telling you is you can think that way, and then you're still thinking about listening to day traders and listening to this just torrent of torturous twaddle that comes over the space calls and the urgent calls. They need you. Wall Street needs this blob of retail to emotionally move its money back and forth so they can get their algorithm computers going up so they can start shorting, and then the bankers can do a deal. The CEO walks away with the drum major and the dyed hair, and there's fees all around. The IR guys get paid, CEOs get paid, kickbacks go to the people that help out, and then we're just sitting here like victims. I don't want that anymore. And Railtown's the way out. There might be other stocks later on. Silver's the way out. But right now, Railtown is it. There is no other stock. There is no other case. This is the case. There is no other case. This is the case. There is no other stock right now. Let's talk about it when it's 5 or 4 or 6 or whatever. But what I want you out of it is this mentality: if it goes to 5, you're going to sell. I don't think that's going to be the case. I'm not telling you not to, but I'd like you just to hold a bit as we process the information and the news releases and maybe research and maybe other things. Because what this guy doesn't seem to understand I don't know how to give you a picture of it. I don't know. There's probably other reasons I'm leaving out. Um, so what I'm trying to say is the stock right now is 40 cents because of the shorts and because the stock is restricted. It's 40 cents. What I'm really telling you, it should be, now this is, give me leeway, but it should be $5 right now on its own merits because of the future revenue, which is knowable right now. The two revenue deals they've already PR'd, and there might be more. They have 5 products that are on the website. 1 was PR'd, 4 on the website. These are going to be revenue. They're ready to go. The AI 2.0 cycle, where it is, that's the macro thing. Wall Street's bringing in money. It's what Altura just said. They've acquired AIP. We're just waiting for that to get finalized. And then they're partners with Microsoft, NVIDIA, and AMD. And I'm sure there's more things you can think of. My point is it's a $5 stock now. Give me leeway. I mean, maybe it's $2, maybe it's $8, but I'm just picking what I think right now. So the stock is mispriced. It's mispriced. Now, he's saying, well, it'll be a win. But if you sell there, this move from 40 cents to $5, it might be a different number, but from 40 cents to $5 is just catching up with where it should be right now. From there, the AI 2.0 revolution kicks in, and the target is, let's say, $50 over 2 years. Other people will be buying it at $5 for $50 in their portfolio over the next 24 months. I don't think you should sell. So if you sell, you got cash. And then you're at the mercy of these devils. They'll take it all back from you. You'll have it in the next short squeeze crap. But I guess since my ass is my head, I'm in that crap now. With your oil knowledge, will oil give us a surge before next year? Predicting oil, I've learned, I've done it. I'm always a fan of making predictions, but it's very difficult. I actually think oil, look, there's unknowables. War is the biggest unknowable. If we have war, oil's going up. sabotage. Oil's going up. But without any of that, I see oil probably going to $35. I don't know about the end of the year, but maybe next year when everything crashes. It'll be temporary, and low prices is the cure for low prices. I think it then sets up a cycle for oil to go to $500, $600 a barrel. Part of that'll be the decline in the value of the dollar, but part of it's going to be a change in perceived value of oil. You know, this much oil, this much coffee will cost you $10 or something, but this much oil in the form of gasoline will get you to fill the car with 8 people and put some suitcases. That'll get you to Amtrak on Capitol Hill and back. And it's that much gasoline is probably $2. It's the most mispriced resource on the planet, and it's going to change and for the rest of your life. As you can tell, the Wall Street types win more than most, all psychology. We're all fighting and yammering, and they're hosing us day after day. So many other tickers exploding, and these just stagnate. Sell the effing tickers. Sell them. They're going to stagnate. They're going to stagnate. Buy Railtown. But you can do what you want. Dave Vanderwerf. Feels like Railtown is consolidating at 42. Let it catch its breath. Yep. Trying to think if I have you on the list. I don't know. How can we sell a GTII? I don't know how June and one other guy did. I think you'd have to call in to see if you can get it sold. And now it's already down a bit, but wow, the ask on Railtown's 43 cents. It's not going to trade there, but that's nice to see. I think you have to call it in. You have to get your dedicated trading team to put in the order, because it's not the bid and the ask is on the expert market. It's just a con job going on. And you might be able to get it off, but you have to call in. Here's Julie. She did it with a GTC order. Wow. At 20 cents or 19 cents. Just genius. Just absolute genius. Just added. You're just a genius. Okay, so Chico, Ed now has 10,000. Bravo, 10,000's a great number. Any number's great. Any number's great. Lewis Shotland said you can sell at set your limit orders lower if need be. That's good. I love that buy the big dip. Sunoco. Well, ExxonMobil is probably the best oil company out there. Once, be interesting. I'm no longer, as you know, I'm no longer a registered rep or anything. But it'd be interesting if we as a group, and we might be 100 people now, and we're probably approaching 4,750,000 shares. I mean, right now, this morning, this is where we were. which is pretty amazing. It's pretty amazing. If we were treated as an institution right now, we'd be the largest institutional holder of Railtown. And if this does what I'm expecting, this is going to be powerful. And if we kind of stay together as a ragtag fund or VC firm, there's things we can do. I mean, I'll give you an example. If I'm able, this is what used to happen before these criminals. But if I'm able, and let's say we get to 5 million shares, and let's say most of you stay with me. Let's say it goes to $20. Let's say it goes, let's go higher. Let's say it goes to $40. And you don't sell, but you use the margin for a little bit, or you sell it. We'll decide when we get there. But let's say it's $40 times 5 million shares. It's roughly $200 million. So here's the thing. If I go to an oil and gas company or a resource company where ostensibly I have contacts, although they're all getting in their dotage now, I might have to find younger people that have contacts. But let's say I get involved in a deal where we can buy, I'm trying to think of a company that would need us and that you know the name of, and that's hard to think of. But let's say it's, let me just use a name out of Dr. Lieb's book that you might have heard of. Not big cap, and maybe not medium, but maybe a junior miner like Nova Gold or Gabriel Resources. Let's say Nova Gold out of Alaska. It might have the biggest oil discovery in a long time. But anyway, let's say they come, I schmooze my way in, and I say, hey, I've got a loose collection of investors that we control $200 million, and I'd like to interview you. I'd like you to come before my people, and we're willing, should you meet our criteria, and we could have an investment committee. We're willing to put whatever number, $1 million, $5 million in your offering. Now, what we would do, this is how it used to be done. What we could do is we come in and buy the shares on the offering, and we could do it at least for the first few times, or we could do it every time. You buy the shares on the offering, and you get warrants with it. And then when the shares start to trade, and the trick is, when you're retail, you can't do that. But when you're institutional and you have some power, and I don't know all the steps, but there's things you can do to trade those shares. It used to be, I don't know what they do now, but it used to be you could go to Bear Stearns and you could sign a contract with Bear Stearns that you would deliver your restricted shares in 6 months. They'd earn something, but they'd let you sell it now. Anyway, those are all the mechanical things. But what you do is you sell the shares, maybe at a profit if you're doing IPOs or secondaries, but maybe you just sell them flat, and you have your let's say you did $5 million worth of the deal. You have your $5 million back, but you have the warrants. And so then there's you're just building a portfolio of warrants that if the stocks run, you get the benefit there, but you have your 5 million back. Guess what? You go, now you did that first one with Novo Gold. You do the next one with Gabriel Resources. But as a retail person, you're not going to have the power to get that done. But if we stick together and I can go in and say I represent $250 million, I can get any meeting I want. And we can get parts of those deals and we can rotate it. Then we build up the warrants as we sell the stock. So we're always liquid. We're always liquid. We're always liquid. And Railtown might be the stock that we hang on to. Anyway, those are the things you can do. The criminals will hate that because the way they make their money is selling stock that doesn't exist. And they break all the laws out there. And the whole key is busting up companies, busting up deals. All the dreams go away. Well, resource stocks and oil and gas stocks, it's real assets. You're not talking about putting a contract together. You know, COSM had a contract to sell drugs in Europe, sourced out of North America, and they get this money. What's come of it? Nothing. CRTD has a bunch of pictures of plump women, too tall for me, somewhat faded, from Penthouse. Swell. That's exciting. I mean, Bonnie Blue sleeps with 1,000 men in one day, and now she's going to go for 2,000. Yeah, I want a Penthouse. I want a picture of Penthouse. Dave Hensley. All right, so I don't know if I have you, but I'll write it down. I feel like I already have you, but 6,000. It's not minuscule. Let me just tell you what 6,000 shares could be worth. If it goes to $5, obviously, it's worth 30 grand. But I'm just telling you, at $5, there's 10x still ahead of you. Now, we will absorb information as we go, but you might have to wait. But your 6,000 shares could turn into $300,000. And not before you're in the grave, not before you're at the home, not before you lose your sense of humor and drool. Your 6,000 shares could be 300,000 in 18 months. That's the stock going to $50. Look, I'm not promising that. And there's a lot of steps left. I don't want you thinking this is a squeeze or this is but that's what 6,000 shares could be. 10,000 shares. I mean, I hope Sada Aman can hang on and we'll learn more. We'll know what the plan is. We'll know how institutions are behaving. We'll read the news like we do with NVIDIA. But if Sada Aman can hang on to her shares and it goes to $50, she's going to be worth $3.5 million. And $50 is, I know it sounds crazy, but $50 is just a 10x move from where it's supposed to be today, $5, where it's supposed to be, in my judgment, and going to a reasonable valuation. But as I just played for you, James Altucher, and he's hard. I love what I'm Almost Legend said, but it's very hard to listen to all that pitch. But he is smart, and I think he's spot on this. And remember, he's got contacts all over Wall Street. The next big thing is AI 2.0. I think the next big thing is going to be the world realizing that oil is not as plentiful as we think. But then there's offsetting. The economy, is the population crashing? Hey, there's other things. Anyway, right now, what's ahead of us, what's on our plate are the peas. Let's just eat the peas. And then once we're done, we can get the roast beef and gravy. And once that's done, we can have the pumpkin pie. Fingers your biggest position, 280. Well, I think I understand that thinking that you want to get even, you don't want to red. But and it's tough. I tried to describe when I sat down with my Nixie and G-Bucks. And I ended up just ripping the Band-Aid off and selling and saying, damn the torpedoes. But the opportunity cost of waiting could be very high. Now, you're only waiting a week. So Railtown, if the holidays screw everything up, you might have a week, but that's not what the stock is telling you. The stock is telling you there's some strength. Somebody asked, is it just our buying? I don't think so. But I mean, there's always a risk of that. We're not buying in Canada. And let's just see what the volume today was in Canada. What is it? CN? Yeah. That actually is down a penny. It looks after the close, maybe. Let's see how many shares. 95,000, not too much. So our volume is higher. And it baits the question, who's selling us shares? I think it's the shorts. I think it's their computers. So we might have a stock that can short squeeze. Well, I thank you. Good. That brings us up, I think, to 100 people. That's awesome. You're the 100th, I think. Some of Ham's rich friends to buy into Railtown. I'm not going to comment on that. You don't know. I think you're going to be surprised who's in Railtown. I don't think, and I want to be careful. I mean, if somebody came in and bought 1 million shares today, it would probably go up. But I don't know, though, with the shorts there, maybe it wouldn't go up that much yet. But you're just missing the story. You're trying to get everybody still thinking the way all of these stocks have been. And we'll just get some rich people in, the stock will go up. We need whales. They don't need whales. Railtown doesn't need that manipulation. I'm just telling you. They don't need it. Whales will come. Family offices will come. People that understand AI will come. Investors in Constellation software that went from $1 to 5,000 Canadian will come. OMERs and retirement plans will come. So you're just using all the formula to turn it into an emotional jumping jack type thing. It's not that. It's not that. Good Lord. Okay, I'll tell you, you asked me why I don't like it. And then I'll finish with why I do like it. The reason I don't like crypto is government fiat. They can change the rules overnight. I don't like it because it's not money. It is not a monetary asset. I don't like it because there's a lot of young people trading it that have never experienced a bear market. I don't like it because there's a lot of, you don't know which crypto is going to win out for sure. It's a technological race. I don't like it because I don't know that crypto is going to stand up when the financial crash comes. Those are some of the reasons I don't like crypto. Why do I like crypto? Well, certain crypto I like. There's one that did something, I want to say Luna, but it could condense all of the investment banking documents, basically. That's how I heard it. And you, in a coin, and it builds a chain, so you get rid of the bankers. I love that. I love that crypto can allow people in Bangladesh to do business with people in, London, and skip the banking system. I like that. I like that crypto. I'm really intrigued because of oil and gas friends of mine by the Bitcoin potential, for example. But I think crypto compared to Railtown right now, I know you want everybody to go into XRP because I know you're here to try to get people to not own Railtown. Railtown right now is the time to own Railtown. There is no other case. This is the only case. This is the only stock to own right now. It might be for 2 days. It might be for 8 weeks. It could be for 2 months, 3 months, 4 months. And once it goes up, you might not sell it. We'll make that decision then, or I'll give you my opinion. But XRP, whatever it's trading for, did not do well in the war. Now, that might be because the bankers knew that war, there was a deal already. But it didn't give me any confidence that XRP is a place to be as an alternative to gold or silver. I'd much rather own silver right now than crypto. Silver is going to make people independently wealthy. And I'm missing out on it. Now, you would ask, well, why don't you buy silver instead of Railtown? Railtown's 40 cents. Silver's $40. I can't buy much silver. It'd be interesting if I have a dilemma and Railtown suddenly becomes, I don't know what my number of shares is. In my IRA, it's, I think Sada and Julie have they're gonna be the the royalty. But if if Railtown were to go to, well, let's leave out the chance of squeezing. But if Railtown were to go to $20, $25, and I think silver's going to go up, but I think next year when there's a crash, silver might pull back. I might have to wait for that. Maybe I can exchange 2 shares of Railtown for 1 ounce of silver. And that might make sense then. I don't know. Right now, though, I think Railtown, just to be repetitive, is not a hit and run stock. It's not a day trade stock. It's not a short squeeze stock. It's not a stock that we have to bring whales in to make it go up. It's not a stock to buy at 40 cents and then take your win. I think you're going to regret taking a win when it's at $4 or $5 or $6. You're going to regret it. It's like NVIDIA. It's like Tesla. I told my friends when I was living in London, visiting anyway, what? You paid 40, it's 300, why don't you sell? I hope they didn't listen to me. This is not hot money, charts, trading. Everyone's a day trader. Guys, the stock market is going to turn into a place where people don't day trade anymore. There might be some weazened old guys, but it's not going to be the same. Hey, Billy Ray. I heard you mention data centers on number 15. I don't know where you get the numbers. Are there clicks in my presentation? This is our industrial revolution. I built in Northern Virginia and Richmond, 1 million square foot at a time. People, this stock has it all. Billy Ray, I'd love to meet you sometime. I Northern Virginia, Richmond, I know all about these parts of the world. And I went out to visit a friend, but he used to be a client too. We went to Mass. His wife had died. She was wonderful, just such a wonderful person. But when the funeral came, he disinvited me. So I guess to make up for it, he invited me out a couple of months later. But so I went out and we went to Mass, and then we went to her gravesite. It was lovely. It was a very, for me, a very meaningful Sunday. And I met his children, and it was wonderful. It was a day of, I felt God's hand in the entire day. But anyway, he took me around, Billy Ray, probably to data centers that you built. I think we drove by 4 of them. And there was one on the corner he pointed to, and he said, no one knows what's in there. It's this big black data center. Doesn't have any name on it. It says no one knows. So it's fascinating. You're on your 15th. Wow. Wow. Well, now look at this. Look at this, Sada and Julie. Yeah, Ashburn. That's where we were. We were in Ashburn. We were in Ashburn. That's exactly where we were. And I wouldn't want to be a tree in Ashburn. They knock it all down to the red clay of Virginia. And then they put up these shopping centers. Everything's brand new. It's incredible what's going on out there. But SATA, and listen to this. All the servers are using AMD and NVIDIA. AMD and NVIDIA. As a contrarian, I would buy Intel, but it doesn't look like they're in the game. AMD and NVIDIA. Those are partners of Railtown. Those are partners of Railtown right now. To me, they're natural buyers. NVIDIA and AMD are natural buyers of Railtown. It's just a question of price, question of when. I think Railtown might be a one decision stock. You buy it, hold it, and eventually it's exchange tax, well, tax-free, but when you sell, that's when you pay. But it's a tax-free exchange temporarily anyway until you sell. And you get shares of NVIDIA. Ashburn, that's exactly where I was, Ashburn. We went to, there was a shopping center we went to, I can't remember, and I can't remember the name of the church or the development, but we were in Ashburn. And they did look like jails. They're huge. They are huge. All Microsoft, Google, Meta. All of the Japan has a campus. All of the Japan has a campus out of all Japanese companies. That didn't come out the way you meant it to. Yeah, it's a revolution. And it's the data centers and it's NVIDIA, all of these. It's in some of the stuff you read, we have more compute. It's just more computer power. I might try to play something if I can find it, because I've got to take a quick break, and I'd like you guys to see how important. And as you watch this, remember, this is going out to Morgan Stanley brokers, wealth advisors, and going out to their clients. And it's training them to understand AI. But it's a prelude for huge amounts of money going into AI. Oh, the video might be gone. Oh, no, I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, I guess it is. I might not have it anymore. Oh, here it is. They're focusing more on the robotic company, but it's all the same. It's all going to be cloud-based. This is not long.
In 1995, astronomer and planetary scientist Carl Sagan made a disturbing prophecy in his book, The Demon-Haunted World, about the future of the United States, where nearly all of its manufacturing industries had slipped away to other countries, leading to adverse geopolitical and societal outcomes. AI is all around us. AI listens to you. AI sees your face and body. AI knows where you are right now, training the next chatbot. AI can read, AI can write, AI can talk, AI can make a picture of cats playing poker, but AI rarely ever actually moves. In nature, motility is an organism's ability to move independently under its own power. According to fossil records, the earliest evidence of motility on Earth traces back to bacterial flagella in the Precambrian era. The lines between mobile device and robot are starting to blur. A new Cambrian explosion of organisms is dawning. AI's about to get physical. As software becomes agentic, robots become agents. Electric machines are the corporeal sockets for the AI brain. Any machine that can be automated will be automated, maybe even including you. If you solve for autonomy for cars, you solve autonomy for everything. A humanoid robot is just one of thousands of form factors of embodied AI. A broad definition, any machine that collects photons, perceives the world around it, learns, navigates, or manipulates three-dimensional space. Embodied AI and national security are inextricably linked through dual purpose. Embodied AI lends itself to natural monopolies and utility networks across decatrillion-dollar TAMs, or total addressable markets. It's December 31st, 1879. Thomas Edison makes the first public demonstration of his incandescent light bulb. The incredulous crowd laughs and asks, how could people buy light bulbs if they can't afford electricity? Edison responds, we will make electricity so cheap that only the rich burn candles. This is Fifth Avenue, New York City, Easter Sunday, 1900. Spot the car. Here. This is the same street in 1913. Spot the horse. Here. Between 1485 and 1490, an Italian polymath of the High Renaissance made some sketches in its Codex Atlanticus of some fantastical machines. Over 400 years later, in 1903, two brothers from Dayton, Ohio, achieved first flight over the sand dunes of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. By 1914, we have the first commercial airline flights between St. Petersburg and Tampa. Fast forward to 1967, the Boeing 737 is introduced into service. Nearly 60 years later, we have a plane so similar in design, they didn't even bother changing the name. From this to this is innovation. Da Vinci would be impressed. But from this to this, I think Leo and the Wright brothers would be super disappointed. Let's draw a simple two-axis chart together. In the y-axis, we have the knowledge economy, the economy of bits and bytes. In the x-axis, we have the physical economy, the economy of atoms and photons. AI is well on its way to consuming the knowledge economy, moving rapidly up the y-axis, disrupting occupations such as writing, accounting, tax, legal, CRM, and equity research analysts. But what happens when all the digital data is captured and trained? When everyone has the same compute? How will the LLMs differentiate themselves? We'll need to move to the right into the physical economy. But even with unlimited quantum compute, you can't train a vision language actuation model without vision data. The race for photons has begun. But first, let's talk about fat tuna. Imagine you're on a remote island looking out to sea. 3 miles offshore is a plump, 600-pound bluefin tuna hunting for squid. You have no boat and no fishing tackle. How much is that uncatchable tuna worth to you? 0. Now imagine you have a boat, fishing tackle, and the latest generation fish finder. What's that tuna worth now? In 2019, a 612-pound bluefin tuna fetched $3.1 million in a Tokyo auction. Now let's turn to vision data. What's the world's visual data worth if you have no way of collecting it? 0. Now imagine you have the ability to collect and process yottaflops and yottaflops of data. What's that data worth now? More than 0? Biology is hyper efficient. The world is full of creatures doing the greatest amount of work using the least amount of energy, subject to its environmental constraints. Take the example of the humble Drosophila. Just look at that punum. Now, these creatures are really, really good at navigating and orienting in flight. Are fruit flies super intelligent? Well, the fruit fly's brain is the size of a poppy seed. So compared to a sponge, which has no brain, the fruit fly is highly intelligent. Now, I'm no insectologist, but poppy seed brain beats no brain every time. Scientists think the secret to the Drosophila's aeronautic abilities has something to do with these things. 2 enormous compound eyes that are bigger than its entire head, each featuring around 400 hexagonal ommatidia. These insect lenses act as tiny computers. Light comes into the lens, which does a calculation, pre-processing the data before entering its brain. Again, folks, we're talking poppy seed brain, not sesame seed. Lenses are amazing computers that don't use any of the fly's energy, and they don't make mistakes. Hardware like this is the compounding product of Darwinian forces of biological survival, mutation, and procreation over hundreds of millions of years. But Tesla and Google don't have hundreds of millions of years to solve autonomy. They need tools that can simulate billions or septillions of years in just a few days to get those Darwinian forces moving a little bit faster. An NBA point guard steps up to the free throw line for a foul shot. He takes 3 dribbles and closes his eyes, imagining the perfect path of the ball right into the hoop. Swish. That shot never happened. It's all in his mind. When a US Open champion imagines a perfect serve, it didn't happen. A Premier League star imagining a penalty kick, it didn't physically happen. But when a robot dreams in simulation, it does so in a hyper-realistic digital twin, complete with physics engines to replicate the laws of motion, thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, and the behavior of light, as if it actually happened. As the robots collect more data, the sim-to-real gap continually narrows. When you're driving a Tesla, you're not just driving in physical space, you're also playing a video game, feeding data into the simulated world to train Tesla's latest FSD model. When you wear Meta glasses, you are teaching the robot model how to play piano, knit a sweater, pour coffee, or take out the garbage. Think of a timeline of the history of the modern internet from 1995 to 2025. Over this 30-year span, what's the most valuable contiguous 5 minutes of data if you're training a large language model? Well, the last 5 minutes of data, only surpassed by the next 5 minutes of data. The power of recency is critical for the predictive capabilities of inference and reinforcement learning. Take this rather simple, if not esoteric, example from my office at Morgan Stanley's headquarters in Midtown Manhattan. If I throw this pink highlighter in the direction of this Ferrari 458 Italia on the coffee table and freeze time just after the highlighter leaves my hand, you will have a very good sense of the trajectory and speed of the highlighter's flight and the sound it makes as it enters the car. You didn't have to travel through time to know that. Your prediction benefits from your experience, you've seen it before, and the context, you're seeing it now. Historic data is important, but those who have the best arising, real-time data have a major advantage. Industrial companies are TAM-rich and tech-poor. Tech companies are tech-rich and TAM-poor. If you're a $4 trillion market cap company, you're not going to become a $10 trillion company by going after a $50 billion TAM. You got to target that $5 trillion TAM, that $50 trillion TAM. That's not going to happen by getting people to spend 1 more hour of the day on a smart device. You need to go after the physical markets and grind out those atoms. If there was ever a TAM opportunity that could exceed the size of the global economy, embodied AI is the one. Have any of you ridden in a Waymo? They're all over San Francisco, Los Angeles, Phoenix. They just launched in Austin and will soon be running around Atlanta, Miami, and Tokyo. Our internet team forecasts Waymo's fleet to grow from just over 1,500 units today to 23,000 by 2030. Now, why would the world's largest tech search engine company want to get into the autonomous car business? Because the tech is really good, it's getting better all the time, and maybe because they want to spread their bets beyond the core search business. You may soon look back in astonishment that you ever got into a rideshare vehicle with a human driver. Meta is building some serious capability in AI foundation models, simulation, and metaverse. But it's Meta's efforts in reality labs that could really open up entirely new TAMs and transform the company. What if you had 2 ultra-high definition cameras embedded in a device that you could wear on your face? Imagine those cameras capturing precious real-world data of all the things you do with your hands. Now imagine 20 million of these things in operation within 2 years, nearly 2 times the number of Tesla vehicles on the road. Every Meta Glasses user is training a humanoid avatar iterated in simulation across billions of scenarios in a digital omniverse. The glasses may be stylish, but your face is a battleground. It's no secret Amazon is a major force in AI, but its vertically integrated physical infrastructure uniquely positions the company for pushing the boundaries of robotics. In 2017, Amazon had 5 human workers per robot. In 2024, we estimate Amazon had around 2 human workers per robot. Amazon's highly automated fulfillment center in Shreveport, Louisiana, is being transformed through robotics. Our internet team sees potential for $10 billion of annual savings from robotics and automation. At that scale, Amazon can turn robotics into its own business. AWS started out as an internal efficiency measure before it became nearly 60% of Amazon's operating income. Could we see Amazon bot services in the next few years? Apple may have paused their autonomous car project, but once CarPlay gets access to the video data from inside and outside of the vehicle, then things could get very interesting in Cupertino. The skills transferability for Apple into embodied AI is pretty obvious, but we'll list them anyway. Software, hardware, compute, battery, sensor, infrastructure, supply chain. The car of the future is essentially a giant iPhone wrapped around your body like an immersive IMAX screen covered in carbon fiber reinforced plastic attached to an electronic skateboard driven by a supercomputer. Apple doesn't want to make a car. They want to turn your car into a mobile Apple store. We're often asked, what is Tesla's secret sauce? What's their moat? Well, it's not really one thing, but the combination of 6 attributes that set Tesla apart from its peers. Let's look at each of them. Data. 7 million cars on the road today, over 100 million by 2040. Robotics. In-house electric motors and actuators. Just the hands of the Optimus have 22 degrees of freedom. Energy. Leading battery storage solutions at scale. AI. A world-class AI team developing FSD, Dojo, and custom silicon. Manufacturing, the most vertically integrated U.S. local sourced auto company in the world. Space, redundant, resilient, cyber-secure comms. SpaceX is the transport layer, the connective tissue of the AI ecosystem. So, out of Tesla's dreams, what does Elon Musk think is the single most critical component of the company's moat? Without any doubt, manufacturing. You need to make the probes to collect the data to improve the probes to collect more data to improve the probes. You get the idea here. Data defines the software, software defines the hardware, hardware defines the manufacturing. Elon Musk has used the car industry as a laboratory to develop competency in other areas. The car is to Tesla what the book was to Amazon. There are 1.2 billion cars on Earth, traveling around 12 trillion miles per year. That's 2 light years annually, roughly the distance between the Earth and the Sun 130,000 times. With an average occupancy of 1.5 passengers per car and 25 miles an hour, that's 720 billion hours of passenger time, or 82 million years. Humans spend 82 million years of time inside cars every year. 82 million years ago was the late Cretaceous period at the end of the Mesozoic era, the height of the dinosaurs. The Earth looked like this. Bees were pollinating the first flowering plants at the end of the Mesozoic era. Bees. Now, what's the value of an hour of your time? Well, that depends who you ask, but 720 billion hours times anything is a very large number. Then there's safety. With traffic fatalities still on the rise, it seems we're getting dumber faster than the cars are getting smarter. For those of you with a manual transmission, steering wheel having hoopty in the garage, don't sell it. These babies will be cherished by collectors as artisanal classics from an era when humans made the machines and operated the machines. And we still get asked why Ferrari trades at 50 times PE.
All right. That's as far as I got on it the last time I watched it. They already sent a follow-up to me. They want people to join this robotics investment at Morgan Stanley and videos. So my point is that Wall Street is educating first their sales force, then they're going out to high net worth people. Money is coming into AI. It's interesting. I'll try to get some of the research. It may be that these very large companies like NVIDIA are worth it, you know? So, all right. You can go do XRP, but I think you'll have time to get into XRP. I don't think you have any time right now to get into Railtown. And trying to think what else I want to talk to you about, because I had something else. Let's just go through the stocks as they closed. And there was something else I wanted to talk to you about. Darn it. I guess it'll wait. It'll wait till tomorrow. Or are we going to even do this tomorrow? I guess the Canada market's going to be closed. Railtown closed 41.40. Nixie 212, Finger 206, G-Bucks 139. And all right, let's see the volume on Railtown just to check. 308, pretty good. I just want to check. Oh, I see what I'm doing wrong. I thought I was on video, but I'm not. All right, I just want to check first Wimbledon. Oh, they're still playing. Zverev is losing. See, if Zverev loses, Carlos has no one to play. Unbelievable. Taylor Fritz is losing. Again, Carlos doesn't have anybody to play. Unbelievable. And then Djokovic just has the hardest path possible. Not initially, but, well, it's not easy initially for him. Alcaraz survives huge scare. I wish he had lost. Fritz battling after Alcaraz thriller. Daniel Medvedev suffers shock first round exit. Stunned. Oh, poor guy. I like Daniel. All right, let's see what else is going on in the world. Let's see if the big, beautiful bill passed. Dollar crashes to worst. First half in 52 years. As stocks soar. Who told you that? The Senate version of the Trump bill adds $3.3 trillion to the deficit. Well, MIT invents bubble wrap that pulls fresh water from the air. It's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Pretty powerful. Let's just see what Martin Armstrong is saying, if anything. Oh, gosh. Nothing interesting. All right, so, all right, Chico. All right. I don't see anything else to talk about, really. It's a long day. I appreciate very much that everyone was here. I think you're going to really be happy with Railtown. And I'll try to add up what I have and see where we are for tomorrow. There was one other subject I wanted to talk about, but it'll occur to me by tomorrow. And it's pretty exciting what's ahead. It really is. And I think, it's interesting. My friend is still at my old office, and it would be interesting to have clients investing in all of this. And maybe that's what you and I will do once we build up our net worth. We'll see. Anyway, to everybody, I wish you the best and peace around the world, and particularly peace for the children caught in war zones.